and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you, or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
옷이 머리 잘랐거든? I become a bowl cut, guys. 여기 옆에 다 지우면 아니야. 아니 그냥 하나 그냥 떨어져 있는데 올라가려고 그 하기 싫은 거야. 다 잘랐으니까 괜찮게 자르고 보통 잘 자르는데.
Anyway, that's repaint.
We're going
famous repaint. Apparently he's famous among guys in ML. Apparently. 지금 venue 갑니다.
지금 오전 8:37 a.m. and we're heading to the NEC Carnival.
Had a hard time coming in here.
Had a really hard time coming in, but we made it and then we got our staff.
Struggling with her height. Sina. We're like decorating right now. We have to make a hashtag NACT.
Someone for 7th anniversary? I think you're making Is it an anniversary? Okay.
those tassels. We put it up here thinking it was a good idea as like a little backdrop. And when the wind is so strong, it keeps coming, like it has no control. And then I blew all those balloons. Man, I did a whole year worth of lung exercise because of this. It says happy 7th birthday.
Check-in.
Welcome to the check-in booth. This is where you check in. The struggle.
Write it in here and the signature.
Food. We're getting fed. Thank you. It looks so good. We can do one. Eat. We got the NACT care pack. Then, so there's 2 breads. There was 3. Sina took one of them. Bag of bones, Cheetos, barbecue, and some more snacks. You can see. Everyone's standing outside because there's no chair.
He asked me for a break.
What?
Between us, break between us. And then I was like, okay, if you need it, then I'll.
The vlog that I will never produce.
So I go ahead and match the 6 saber first.
Guess who came late? This girl came late, but she got us coffee. This is what the staffs / VIPs do when the games are going on. She's taking a bill. 2 girls. Okay.
What are those? No, real wait. I don't have my phone on me. Fuck. I'll show you in Target. Alright. We did the forehead thing.
We were on our way to UA's place for like a little after party on day 1, but guess what? Nami realized she left her camera at the venue. And guess what? Everyone left the venue. So we're driving back to the venue. So we're praying that the camera's still there. And the venue is open. It's still there, because we didn't bring it. It's still there. We are having a little more drive. We're having like 20 more, 30 more extra minutes of driving. Drive with Nami. Where I go? 갑자기? Camera rescue expedition took a turn. Where do you have a basketball? Oh my god. If you wanna... Nami kind of suck at basketball. Third try, no charm. Nami, what if they lock the door? We need your camera. Oh my god.
You got this, girl.
Yes! We can go home. We can't, not home. We can get dinner now.
Yes.
Finally, yay! Dinner time! The camera's back to its Nami. We got our dinner. Nami.
We got our dinner.
Yeah. We're going to UA's place now because we are gonna hang out and drink a little. Yeah, it's our house. Let's close the gate. Oh my god, that must be his dog's bed.
It's never about me, huh? Always about my dog.
Your car needs to be.
We're at UA's place. UA's doggo. Hello, doggo. And then
I
there's
know where it is. On the
food ASMR time.
Right now, having an anime.
대박, there's an egg. 달걀, 계란. How do you say egg? tamago.
Tamago.
No, that's Japanese. 계란. That's Korean. What's that? Itlog.
Getting red. I'm no Google. 15 seconds. But just ask me what.
so stiff.
No, we need to preheat it again, I guess. Do we? I think so. I just not kind of.
My ass is reserved for woman and woman only.
Not hot at all. It's like a lukewarm.
Let me see. That's how gay got chat, buddy.
The group?
If you're a woman,
Yeah.
I will fuck you. If I'm transgender, no, hell no. I'm a woman still. Oh, yeah.
Las Vegas.
Because yesterday,
It's where the last NACT was, but it's in LA.
I think all the guys are gonna overtalk us.
let's go, bro.
They're gonna judge us because we're like drinking.
Why do we look like the most drunk one without the alcohol?
Yo,
Donnie,
you.
No, no, you're not. Nah, you're banging.
I'm hyped up, bro.
one of our members are drunk.
The struggle is so real.
I got in US face.
For a good NACT that everyone came through,
Say it.
lots of people from different places around the world, and we
Yo!
okay.
Not the Louis Vuittons!
We didn't even have dinner yet and we're drinking already.
I know,
This is a
right?
bad idea.
Yeah.
We should drink the
I got
Yeah.
G's.
But we need the wine glass or something.
Fucking G's. India!
What was on the road? Was it a trash can? Why was the trash can in the middle of the road?
On the road. Crazy.
Ah, that's my ex. On the middle of the road, he's committing suicide. That's my ex.
I'm cheap, still hit a chick like, yo, can I borrow your Netflix? She a feminist, she think I'm sexist, twisting my words, I'm fishy dyslexic, give me my space, I'm intergalactic. Before I give you my Insta password, I'll give you the pin to my Amex. Alright, this ain't stainless steel, it's platinum.
I totally forgot about recording anything, but there's Sina with Layla, Raz, Basha, and there's a one too. Don't know her name though. Yes. You can write your name, in-game name, something you. The game didn't even start yet. She's like, after party. General is here. Cousin General is here.
Just gotta see me, I'm with it. Now I'm getting bangs like live-os. Running for the common like 5-0. This gun would have prospered. Floating and I won't go under. Been out of town for a month. Absence made the love grow fonder. UK rapper, UK droga. I mention my name if you talk about it. And them celebrate Eid. The trap's still running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hitman in a top, I see a man topless, even a stick.
I brought my phone charger, but I forgot my phone. I don't bring it.
You didn't bring your phone?
Yeah,
This dumbass didn't bring his phone. Hey, barbecue time! My husband was here. This is my bias. Oh, that's your bias? Mommy likes Stray Kids. I like Shiga. Trying to get the angle. Oh my god, okay.
Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town. My head like this.
can drop me off at the airport. I am going to check in now. I already checked it. I need to go to security. I'll talk to y'all after that. Bye bye.
It's ain't stainless steel, it's platinum. Dinner table, I got manners. T-shirt tucked in napkin. Still loading, that's the caption. I've only amounted a minimal fraction. Eat good, I got indigestion. There's snow in my hood, no aspirin. Can't get rid of my pain with aspirin. Dave just came in at Aston, I'm making that Maybach music. They're trying to insult my intelligence, something I may ask.
Payback time. My world is the sky! You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of Light and the God of Darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eruditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eruditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you, or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
Welcome back, everyone, to the House of Pisces X Nighthorde tournament. This is going to be week 3, day 5 for the semi-finals. House of Pisces has partnered up with Nighthorde and the MLSA to provide 16 teams the opportunity to compete in a single elimination tournament for a total prize pool of $1,000 and 100k diamonds provided by Moonton. Now, I know a lot of you guys have already been watching every single week. This is going to be the last week, the semifinals, and tomorrow is going to be the grand finals, right? This is day 5, Saturday for the 28th for the best of 5 series between A77 and Bloodhounds. Is going to be our very first game, followed by Avalon versus ETA at around 9:30 EST. Now, on the casting desk, we do have Master Rem today with the show. We are matching today. Rem, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm actually really excited for this first series here. I'm a huge supporter of both these teams. I love them dearly. I think they have so much potential. But speaking of potential, we're seeing a lot of strong things being banned out. The Rafaela, the Aretha, and Wan. Actually, she's been making her way back into the meta. I feel like this always happens with something like the Wan, right? We've seen her in her prime. Then she took a couple of hits. Then she came back strong. She took some more hits to her chest, and now she's back. So she's a fighter. Definitely going to be banned out there now. And from the side of A77 here, the support's being left open. I see the Mathilda being locked in, but I'm expecting an Angela as a response here.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the support meta has kind of saturated the market already, especially with the patches coming up. But most of the supports did receive a nerf in the last patch, so I don't know exactly if that is going to be a first pick priority. I think the Angela is still quite used quite well, but you know, the Matilda did get a lot of the damages nerfed, so I'm not sure if that's going to be a priority. But look at the bans. There is 3 marksmen being banned out: the Bruno, the Rithel, and the 1-1 that you talked about. I like that, but at the same time, I feel like, you know, a lot of these marksmen, it's just the priority to ban them out might not really be, you know, the best option, because there's still a lot on the table, right? If we're talking about roams, there's Kaja, talking about marksmen, you know, there's quite a lot that still do well. The Claude, the Brody, which, you know, the Claude gets locked in as a response going against the Angela and the Valentino.
Absolutely right. I think securing something with built-in mobility on his own, and then you also have Marcuti with the Mathilda that has the guiding wind that can also offer some additional mobility. It's just gonna make it's like another BMI, but it's a dash, and you can't really cancel it out. So I think it's a pretty solid, especially with Jules Cutie locking in this ETA pick there, which could be flexed into that EXP or the roaming position there with the Mathilda as well can also be flexed into the mage or the roam position. So very solid draft coming in from the side of A77 so far. Easy peasy, gonna lock in what he's known for. You know, locking in some more of these utility-based junglers. He's gonna go ahead and prioritize this Fredrin. Now, Fredrin, again, when paired up with a support, also does a really good job with the Angela combination coming in. We do know the Valentina with that IMU. We're potentially going to see her either take the Circling Eagle, or she's going to pop that eat it and get that ultimate so she can deal a little bit more faster damage. But there's a lot of options, and courtesy the Valentina pick, right?
Yeah, she can definitely take the Primal Wrath coming out from the Edith, but you know, with the Fredrin being taken in the first phase of the draft, it allows a lot of these jungle bans, right? The Akai, the Boxia that gets banned out from Bloodhounds. That's actually quite a good strategy. Making sure that A77, they don't have the pick that they're looking for. There's still quite a lot on the table. We've seen something like a Matilda Baratz come through and storm the game before. I'm not going to be surprised if we see it this game. There's also still, like, you know, the fundamentals like the Martis, Ling, those are all still available. So kind of excited to see what A77 has for a pick here.
You know, you mentioned the Barats. I think they actually might pick it up again. Banning out that carry, definitely a smart choice, because that just lets me know that they are potentially setting up for something that has a lot of frontline presence for their EXP, as well as their jungle position here in the carry. With this hard card from the Angela would also be a hard thing to pick off if they were to lock that in for the side of Bloodhounds right now. So I do think very solid draft. Like I mentioned before, I feel like A77 is going to set up for a little bit more frontline, because where Bloodhounds is lacking in right now is that damage department. But speaking of damage, they're going to get some on their side with Sleeps locking in the Beatrix. I'm not mad at it. I think it is pretty solid up against a Claude. She has enough damage when she does potentially build in something like the Demon Hunter Sword as well as the Malefic Roar. So she's going to be able to penetrate through some of that front line that we're going to be seeing coming in from the side of A77. But they're looking for some jungles here. They're going to go ahead and lock in this alpha again, UA.
I feel like the alpha pick isn't really the top meta pick, but coming from Mubazin, we saw a beautiful game that he played recently, earlier in the tournament. And I think that kind of like expanded the alpha pick and made it where, you know, everyone in the jungle, they really like to try and play this pick. And I do think it's good against a lot of the tanks. It does a percentage of HP total. So the more HP that you have, the more true damage he's going to be able to deal with. And now with the Lilia being locked in by the smiley face from A77, honestly, the Lilia's has been doing quite well. It is a counter to the Valentina because you could fast clear a little bit more. And taking the black shoes is going to be a more of a defensive utility. And, you know, if Valentina did decide to take the black shoes, that's going to be a lot of magic damage lost on the side of Bloodhounds. So I do think it's a great pickup. Now, looking for Bloodhounds' response right now, they're still missing that XP lane. The Terizla might be a decent option here.
I feel like something like the Terizla, even the Lapu Lapu or Yuzhong, anything that can really put some pressure to bait out Isa on this Claude, as well as bait out the Black. Oh,
the Ducati.
Dana's gonna go ahead and locking the Benedetta. And I'm not mad at it, right? They were lacking a little bit of damage. They already have some frontline presence with the Fredrin, as well as the sustainability coming in from the Angela here. So I do like that additional mobility that they're making up for in that EXP lane, and also the damage output that she's capable of doing if she does decide to build in hybrid. But Ojas has been locked in. UA, whose draft are you feeling right now?
Well, you know, I like the draft coming out from Bloodhounds because they do have, you know, a Fredrin jungle. Now, and I think compared to the Alpha, I think the Fredrin is going to shine a little bit more. But A77, they have a lot available, right? They have a lot of CC, the Edith coming through, and also the Matilda giving them a lot more utility. I feel like that adds a lot of mobility, but I really feel like it is all going to depend on who the jungle is going to be king to. But guys, this is going to be the very first series of the day. It is going to be between Area 77 and Bloodhounds. Once again, this is going to be the House of Pisces X Nighthorde tournament, week 3, day 5, with a total prize pool of $1,000 and 100k diamonds provided by Moonton.
Yep, big things right now. We're seeing these rotations coming in from the side of Area 77, getting that level 2 so they can be a little bit more aggressive pre first neutral objective, but a lot of damage being dished out to Dino on the top side. He's gonna be forced to use those dashes, but unfortunately it's not gonna be enough. Mark Cutie gonna go ahead and secure that first blood for the side of Bloodhounds in the top side. And UA, this is the dominance from that Lilia pick we were talking about.
Yeah, the early game is just a little bit too much, and the CC provided by the Edith just does a little bit too much, but it seems like they're gonna look to go for another pick here.
Ooga Booga already being baited out with that early flicker. So that's going to be one less utility for the side of A77 for this first neutral objective coming up here. And A77 definitely has to play it slow, especially with the support on their side. But speaking of things being on their side here, Zane already in the jungle, starting with the invade. Gonna go ahead and use that red tree to deny some farm there.
Oh yeah, he's definitely getting in. He's definitely picked up Ooga Booga on this Angela. We kind of saw it earlier. Ooga Booga put that flicker out a little bit too early around the cabbage area and end up getting punished by the Alpha. That's a pretty good pickup coming out from A77. It sets them up for a very nice beginning, and with the first kill already on the board, they're definitely gonna get away with a little bit more here.
Absolutely right. We're seeing both junglers here kind of just poke it out. Red Trees is on cooldown for Easy Peasy though. He's still gonna farm up so he can kind of get the level proxied up, but we're seeing them focus on this Edith in the top side. Meanwhile, the rest of Bloodhounds is looking for this turtle here. We're seeing some zoning coming in. Look at what was saying. He's focused on that turtle. He's gonna be able to secure it. Looking for Easy Peasy right now as Mark Cutie was able to secure yet another kill on his side up in this top side there.
Yeah, definitely when we see the Alpha, we definitely think of Mobazane, but this is going to be Guaps on that jungle position. And, you know, it's very smart. He rushed the turtle because he saw the Retribution already being used by Easy Peasy, and that kind of tells him a free go sign to be able to take up these objectives. But before that, top side, definitely able to pick up that second kill on the top side. The scoreboard is going to be a 4-0 advantage for A77. The Blazing Duet comes through, trying to hit up the targets. Does end up picking up Ooga Booga once again. He's going to be down to a 0-3 score. And along with Dino, these two players have kind of look like the weakness right now in terms of Bloodhounds' side, right? You know, they're definitely trying to win here, but with a 0-2, 0-3 beginning for the Roam and the EXP, the front lines for the side of Bloodhounds is just going to be a little bit weaker now. It's because of that, but Easy Peasy going in right now. He does try to use the ultimate. He's able to get it off so he can sustain back with the Angela.
Absolutely, and that was a good save, right? We mentioned the impact of this hard card they're coming in from the Angela pick, and that's what they are going to have to bank on at this point. They really need to play it slow for the side of Bloodhounds right now. They can't really rush too much here.
Yeah, Angela is going to walk into a trap right now, but he does spell out Kendrill on this Alpha right here, looking for a punish potentially. I don't think he's going to be able to get it, but there's a lot of people from A77 already grouped up on the mid side. Dino picking up a kill, making sure that his shutdown is going to be worth it here.
Yeah, I like that Bloodhounds is finding some of these trade-offs here, right? This is what they have to capitalize on, some of the misplays that is coming in from the side of A77. But speaking of things coming in, we're seeing a smiley face here using that circling eagle to kind of dish out some damage onto some of the members from the side of Bloodhounds, zoning them out, and that's going to be the second neutral objective being secured for the side of A77.
Yeah, A77 has already taken 2 of the neutral objectives. I was kind of talking about the Alpha versus the Fredrin matchup, but it definitely feels like the Alpha has a lot more aggressive early on, and having a damaged jungler in this time of day, it's very interesting. We're transitioning from a very tank dominant, a very team fight oriented jungler into kind of these cold-blooded killers like the Alpha, but the Alpha definitely is shining a lot more. So eating my words a little bit here. A77 definitely with a gold lead, about 2k right now, 5 minutes in.
And it usually comes down to the rotations. And speaking of rotations, Ooga Booga is going to be caught out on his, forcing him to go back to the dead, and Totnak as well is going to be cut off in terms of rotations here. We're seeing a little bit of a 2v1 situation in this top side against Easy Peasy, and I like that the side of A77, regardless of who it is, they're putting a lot of pressure on him in this jungle side, and because Ooga Booga on this Angela is so behind, her impact is not going to be that much early on, but we are seeing some rotation and some presence coming in from Bloodhounds in this bot side. Good vision being played in there by Isa. He's going to be caught out though. We do see Matilda coming in with that circling eagle, providing some assistance. The BMI is going to secure his escape, and he's not going to be one to fall in that engage.
Yeah, but the punish coming out from A77, they do end up getting the red buff on the top side. So Bloodhound is going to be down a buff and the failed gank on the boss side. But ooh, Ooga Booga
again getting caught out, and that's where the struggle from this Angela is being brought into play here. Looking at Totnak, he's not really able to really be impactful on this Valentina, and that's kind of what happens when you lack something tanky, something that can set so you can combo upon. And we're seeing that she can't even rotate properly. There's no vision because Ooga Booga is not on the board. And then Easy Peasy is getting zoned out. And speaking of people getting zoned out here, again, Area 77 with the aggression for this turtle.
But it does look like the retribution goes off for Bloodhounds this time. They're able to pick up the third objective, but A77 caught kind of deep, a little bit overextending, but the Claude BMI does come through along with the Blazing Duet, is able to pick up the Angela once again. Ooga Booga down 0-6. They're looking for Toltnak right here, but Mark QT getting punished by Toltnak with that Valentina. Easy Peasy taking care of business once again, getting that Matilda off the board. He's sitting at a whopping 1-0-1. So definitely having the highest kill participation on the side of Bloodhounds right now. But I just don't know if that's going to be enough because A77, they look like they're snowballing quite well.
Yeah, and if we look at their kills right now, they have 9 kills for the side of Area 77 here, and Angela is a third of that, right? So definitely needs to work on the positioning just a little bit more. But as we look at some of the items, Lilia just picked up her utility with the slows, and that's going to hurt considering there is no Rafaela for the side of Bloodhounds to give some immunity to that for a few seconds. But we're seeing Easy Peasy going in. He did use the ultimate there, but he's not going to be able to deal enough damage to Smiley Face there on this Matilda. We're seeing Guapo there denying some jungle from the side of Easy Peasy there, just delaying him yet again. If we look at his levels right now, the Alpha is 2 levels ahead of him, so that's definitely the position that Area 77 wants to be. And I saw as well being very focused on the map, opening up the towers in both the bot lane as well as the top lane. And I just like the overall rotations coming in from the side of A77 as they make their way down.
They're definitely looking to siege up this tower, but there is a Benedetta there defending it. I do like A77's, you know, the kills don't really tell the whole entire picture, right? It's all about kind of like the towers and how the teams are macroing, and it definitely feels like A77, they have the macro available. They even have a Claude on the top side, so this Lord is going to be a slow Lord, but is Smiley Face going to get caught off? No. The second skill is able to dash away here.
Absolutely right, but we need to pay attention to Easy Peasy. That Lilia is dealing a lot of poke damage. We do see the circling eagle going in, landing that double knockup, but the knockup from the Lord as well turns the fight in favor of the side of A77. Totnak though being able to find a kill onto Jules Cutie, but the Lord does go into the hands of A77, forcing Bloodhounds on the retreat there, UA.
Man, A77's how they team fight is quite beautiful, right? They kind of just go in one after the another, try to get the CC down onto the priority targets, making sure that they're getting the focus down before the objectives are happening here. And A77 taking care of business, gets that bot and the mid lane completely for free. And the Lord is now only marching down onto the bot side. They're going to be able to clear the top side, get a push in, and potentially siege on the bottom side of the map. A77 definitely playing really, really good in this very first series.
Absolutely. And speaking of them making plays here in this top side, we're seeing them force out their ultimate. They're coming in from the Benedetta, and they're going to take her down as well as Easy Peasy on this veteran. And man, the impact of Jules Cutie on this Edith with the constant knockups and lockdown, definitely something to keep in mind here. We see the Mathilda going in, providing that dash so they can get to the back line. Sleeps goes to sleep. Ooga Booga follows shortly after. The black shoes has been popped in A77 with the pressure in the bot side as well as the mid lane. They're looking to end this here.
Yeah, that's a 3-for-0 trade for the side of A77 as they looking to go in. The Circle Eagle comes through along with the Alpha Charge. They're able to pick up the Benedetta here, and they're definitely looking to get the end. They see the tower focus. They're definitely going for it, and A77 picks up the very first series, and it was an absolutely beautiful team fight. And, you know, macro plays coming out from A77. They did so extremely well picking up this very first series of the day. Now, Rem, take a look at some of the scoreboards here.
Yeah, it's honestly, Bloodhounds, their draft was pretty solid, right? We mentioned that they had some frontline presence, they had the sustainability coming in, but unfortunately, it's the early game plays, the mispositionings coming in from Ooga Booga. When you're playing something like the Angela, yes, you have to give vision, but at the same time, you have to play behind your team, especially in that early game before you get your items, before you get the favor coming in from your role item. You just don't have as much sustainability unless you can really help get your jungler as well as your marksman online. But if we look at the flip side for A77, a lot of team fight participation coming in from them. We saw the rotations coming in from Smiley Face on this Mathilda, Mark Cutie on the Lilia, who was able to secure the first kill up in that top side as well. Looking at I saw though, very, very focused, and the only thing he saw was them towers, child, because look at how much tower damage he did there. That is a whopping 64%. And I always commend when ADCs are able to be focused on the objectives, as towers is actually the key to victory. If you have the kills as well as the towers, you have more dominance, you have more freedoms in terms of their rotations here, and because of that, they were able to successfully take this game here.
Yeah, and make sure to switch side silver, and then you can start the game whenever. But if you take a look at it, like, it honestly feels like Matilda, it's 18% damage dealt. Like, that was a Matilda first pick into the Angela, and A77 played that absolutely perfect, right? They were able to get the pickoffs early. They got that kill on Dino relatively early on, and, you know, they just played a complete beautiful game in the very first series. I feel like Bloodhounds, they have to try to answer back, right? This is a best of 5 series for the semifinals. We're playing for $1,000 USD, and they're so close inching on to that grand final game prize. And yes, the respect man comes out. I like this, but also they had the ability to pick that up themselves if they really wanted that Matilda.
Yeah, I don't want to see Ooga Booga on Angela. I don't want to see Ooga Booga playing support. You know, put him on the Kufra, put him on a tank. You know, we've seen him run the Kufra in the jungle. We've seen them be very dynamic and versatile in their gameplays, right? I definitely think he's way too used to being that setting factor, right? I just don't think that something like the Angela fits his play style. Maybe it was just one off game, but there was a lot of questionable moments within that previous game. So I'm just hoping that, you know, they were just shaking it off. That was the very first game. Maybe that was a warm-up match, but I like that they're putting some respect on some of these supports there. I would potentially like to see them, if they don't ban it out, something like the Eat It, right? Pick it up, secure it. We've seen how impactful it can be. You can pick up something like the Fredrin, but Edith is Edith, doing Edith things, right? So definitely something that they should keep in mind.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't keep in mind, definitely they should try to look to potentially ban it out, right? The Edith had so much impact on the very first game. They was able to get that top side kill relatively early on onto the Benedetta with just a flip or a knock up. He's able to rotate down, clear the lanes a little bit faster than the Benedetta, and get the rotations in and causing a lot of havoc in a lot of these objectives here. And you know, with the Edict still being available, I wonder if that's Bloodhounds' strategy coming in. The Claude actually did quite well too, and now we don't really see the marksman's bans being come out. The X-Borg, also that new hero has been banned out, so still focus on the jungler and the supports. I feel like there is definitely other options that they should look to ban out here.
Absolutely. We haven't really seen Nolan be able to really shine within this tournament so far. He's always being banned out. We do understand why the X-Borg is being banned out. You're going up against Easy Peasy. That's literally the mascot for the side of Bloodhounds, that X-Borg, right? But I also do think that Bloodhounds still keeping up with some of the ADC bans. Banning out the era though makes me think that they might want to prioritize one of the gold laners, but I still do think that they should go for something like the Edict, man. I just think that the Edict has so much impact in the games that we've seen her being played. She can initiate fight. She has this engaged potential to kind of keep people away. She can zone for neutral objectives. So definitely something that they can keep in mind. I will say though, the Angela is still open again. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm scared.
You know, it might be a confidence issue. I feel like the Angela is definitely still a good pick. Maybe taking the Purify along with it to make sure he doesn't get picked off. But Dino going for a little bit of a safer, right? We talked about the Trizla potentially being picked up, but he chose the Benedetta. Ends up getting first blooded and also 2 deaths before getting that very first kill. And A77's response. They saw the Valentina being picked up by Bloodhound's side on the very first game, and they're saying, no, we're taking it this time along with the Edith. And that is actually one of the strongest 1-2 punches A77 can come up with early on in this phase.
Absolutely, right? Not only do they have the Primal Wrath on their side, that Valentina is going, she's going to have that penalty zone as well. And we've seen the massive set potential that something like the Valentina has. And I think in combination with this Edict and the CC that she is capable of on her own, that is just going to be a lot for the side of Bloodhounds to kind of dive and play around here. So I'm hoping that they can have some solid responses. Easy peasy though, looking for something like the Martis. And I'm not mad at it. If Slips does lock in the carry, Yep, I like this. I definitely feel a little bit more comfortable with their first 3 prio picks here.
No, it definitely put a little smile on my face. We saw Easy Peasy get the very first Savage in the NACT coming up with the Marches. So this is definitely a bread and butter pick coming up from Bloodhounds. Not from the side of A77. Ooh, so many good picks coming through. The 1-1, which I saw is actually quite known for in when he was back in the days of BTK. He was playing the 1-1 quite a bit. But Sleeps also on this carry. We've seen him do quite well on some of these tank shredding marksmen, and this kind of forces A77 to not go for more of a utility jungle. He can't really lock in the Fredrin. He's going to get shredded. The Akai is still available, but we do have to see what A77 is looking to lock in as they ban out this Kaja. I agree with it, but I feel like they could take the Kaja themselves if they really wanted to.
Absolutely right, but I also do think that it's not too far off if they still were to lock in a utility jungler, right? Going in versus, yes, they do have a carry, but there is still a lot of ways that they can play around her and get to her. You know, if you are the side of A77, and I think them having this 1-1, if Dino does go in for the penalty zone, she pops the Purify and she can get those weakness finders off, and she could literally just flip the entire team fight. And that's in combination with the Edict as well as that Primal Wrath. And then you have Mark Cutie with a lot of outplay potential. She can take, you know, the decimation from the Martis to clean up those low HP. So I think there's a lot of routes that team fights can go for the side of Area 77 right now. But the side of Bloodhounds, they do have that late game secured with the carry. They have some early game potential with the Martis as well. So I want to see them select a mid lane that can kind of boost their early game capabilities right now, but also scale into that late game. I don't want to see a Sicilian. I don't want to see that being pulled out. So definitely there's options for them
Well,
here.
talk about the Sicilian Bloodhounds. On the other hand, their team leader, Bocarosco, right, is actually not playing this game. So I don't know if we're going to be seeing a Sicilian pick. There's still other options available. Something like the Navaria, the Lilia, which done quite well. So Bloodhounds do have a lot of options. There's not really too much mage focus being banned out here, but A77, they do get the first pick on the very second phase. I do believe he's not going to lock in that Hellcrit, maybe looking into something more tanky, more utility. So the Akai is going to be locked in, although it is bad against something like the carry. I still think in terms of its utility, he's going to be able to kind of zone away the turtle and making sure they get those neutral objectives early on.
I think, again, there's just so much possibilities for the side of A77 right now. And I know I'm kind of harping on their draft. It's just because I see the potential that it has. We're going to see Totnak lock in this Novaria going up against the side of A77 right now. I think what we're actually going to see here is that the Novaria is actually going to be played in that roam position, and Unkabuka is going to run the Khalid in that mid position, right? I think they just locked in the Novaria because one, Dire Hith is going to add on to some of the scaling potential that she does have, as well as we're lacking some magic damage, and the Astral Echo can help with Dino land some of those penalty zones. So I do think it's a pretty solid, though I'm not too certain how I feel about it because the scaling is a little bit on the slower side despite having some high burst potential. I just think in terms of constant DPS, they might fall a little bit short there.
Whoa, a Paquito gets locked in here. So the Edith is actually going to flex into that roam position. We do like that. You talked about Totnak running the roam Navaria. I feel like, you know, if they do end up running the roam Navaria, they're going to be lacking a little bit on the magic damage. But at the same time, they do have sleeps coming with the true damage. So, you know, at the overall question, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But Bloodhound's definitely looking to skill into that late game. Most of their damage dealers are going to be in that late game. Besides, you know, the Khalid, right? The Khalid actually does quite well in the early game phase. And we definitely know Ooga Booga on this Khalid. He's played it quite a bit, but going into that roam or mid position is definitely going to be quite interesting. But Rem, take us in.
Yep, this is game 2 in this best of 5 series versus Bloodhounds as well as A77. Although so far A77 is stepping in with 1 win under their belt. Let's see if they have what it takes to secure 2 wins in a row, or will Bloodhounds put some fight back and even up the scoreboard here? Looking at some of these rotations already coming in, we're seeing the side of Bloodhounds on this top side there, getting the rotations, and it is actually going to be a roam Khalid here, Ewan.
Yeah, the roam Khalid actually does quite well, but ECPC chooses not to go for that minions. It might just be wasting their time a little bit, or just making sure that he gets a guaranteed minion kill. Now he still has to execute, but the top side,
Ooga Booga is getting chunked down quite low. He's looking for I saw, but he's going to be able to survive. And something that I really want to point out there, Mark Cutie and Jules Cutie denying some of the camps coming in from the side of Bloodhounds. That's going to just delay easy peasy yet again. And A77 does such a good job when it comes to making the life of the jungler for the opposing team harder.
Yeah, and you know, A77, they had a dominating performance in game 1. They're definitely looking to push that lead in game 2 here, but it definitely feels like Bloodhounds, they have a better strategy in the early on. They're making sure their marksman is getting fed, even though in terms of their other rotations, they're not really doing too much here. But on the side of A77, Kendrill looking to go for a spawn bait.
Absolutely right, but they were able to still pick that up. We're seeing Easy Peasy being able to chunk Control down a little bit. Dino is letting his presence be known, but unfortunately nothing is going to happen from that engage though. But first neutral objective has been spawned in. Out goes the Astral Echo.
Yeah, the Astral Echo comes in to give vision on the Akai, but I don't know if that's going to be able to change any of the factors right here. The heavy spin is still going to be available. It's definitely going to be popped up soon right here. Easy peasy. Looking to try to get that last hit. The flicker play coming through, but it does end up missing. The heavy spin comes through, and Easy Peasy actually going to be one that picks it up along with a kill right here. First blood going to Easy Peasy, and Totenak able to pick up the second one for the side of Bloodhounds.
That Astral Recall as well as that Decimation combo is lethal, right? I kind of overlooked their potential in this early game here, but up in this top side, we're seeing Ooga Booga diving in. 1-1 was able to get those stacks off onto Sleeves, but unfortunately not going to have enough damage to take him off of the board. But look at Mark Cutie there, camping onto top. Not kind of was a little bit slow on the engage there. Definitely could have gotten a little bit more, but thankfully for Bloodhounds, no one has fallen.
Oh my gosh, the punish coming out from Ooga Booga, getting Marcuti so extremely low. And he's just going to use that Sand Guard to come back. And Totenak with another snipe coming through. 2-0-1. That is something that you do not want to face if you're the side of A77 right now.
Man, Totenak on these heroes that requires aim, like the Selena, the Franco, the Novaria. This man just does not miss. We're seeing Akai though looking for Ooga Booga. We're seeing Smiley Face on the ETA to provide some assistance, but Ooga Booga is going to be able to escape there.
Yeah, Ooga Booga does end up escaping with the Raging Sandstorm, but the heavy spin coming through, trying to get onto Sleep, so he's taking too much damage. The Edict gonna be able to take him up. Yes, Smiley Face able to pick up that marksman coming out from the side of Bloodhounds there.
And one of the perks of having this Novaria pick is that she's able to help clear the waves and force enemies back from a safer distance. So definitely where Bloodhounds can take advantage of the push coming in from the side of A77 right now. But at the same time, I do also want them to play it a little bit slow, find the responses to the side of A77 here instead of being the initiators. But Smiley Face on his Edict being forced to use a flicker. The Astral Echo comes out. Look at Jules Cootie on the Paquito dealing some damage. Ooga Booga coming in there, being able to get some stuns in, but Mark Cutie gonna fall in that team fight, and that's gonna sway in favor of Bloodhounds for this neutral objective.
Yeah, they're 4-1, so it seems like the tides has already changed, and I feel like it's due to the comfort of the Bloodhounds' draft right here. You have Ooga Booga completely zoning out Guapo on this Sakai right here, and honestly, that's just going to be enough. Bloodhounds able to secure the second objective, putting them up about 3k in advantage at the 5-minute mark.
Absolutely, and it's a big turnaround. And speaking of things being turned around, Ooga Booga being popped, flipped, and turned up in the top side. He is going to be taken off of the board. A77 finding these pickoffs where it matters, forcing these rotations here. And speaking of forcing things, we're seeing them put a lot of pressure on this top side, but gonna play it slow, gonna be patient. The Astral Echo comes down, revealing their position. Sleeps, just gonna go ahead and give up that tower.
Yeah, but if you look at some of the gold lead already, you can see the XP lane for the side of Bloodhounds already up about a 1k gold advantage. That's something you don't want to see. But in terms of the gold lane, both sides are still doing quite well there. A77 looking to push out a little bit, but they might get caught out right here.
Yep, we see both teams looking for a little bit of an engage here, but it's not going to lead to much. They're going to go ahead and disengage. Bloodhounds looking for the rotation. That swap is going to be coming in from them, but a good answer for A77 as well, as we see Paquito making way in that top side. We're seeing a lot of presence from the side of Bloodhounds in the jungle of A77 right now, but both teams kind of just walking around looking for the perfect pickoff here. And speaking of looking for a pickoff, Easy Peasy did get popped up, but the Mortal Coils is going to secure his safety in that engage.
Yeah, I feel like right now we're heading into the mid game where both teams, they don't really want to be the one making the mistake. A77 had a great game, a great first game coming through, but it does feel like, side of A77, they do get the pop-up, but it does seem like they're going to pick up the carry, and they're looking for the second kill. Ooga Booga using the Raging Sandstorm. Is that going to be enough? No! He does end up getting taken out, and the flicker coming out from that Edith is just going to be able to get him away with a sliver of health.
Man, that was such a good play there coming in from the side of A77. I saw being able to get all of those weakness finders out, getting the crossbow attack, but fortunately does not have enough damage at the moment. And he was able to secure that ultimate in about just 2 seconds. It was so fast, and I think this is the reason why we're potentially going to be seeing a lot more action coming in from 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 is definitely, it has been like that pick where, you know, if you pick it out, he could definitely solo his lane quite well, and I saw definitely doing a great job. The Edith coming through, but I don't think that's going to be a good idea. The 1-1 has to go back, and he's going to get chunked with the decimation. Easy peasy, able to pick up that kill for the side of Bloodhounds.
Yeah, definitely need to put a little bit more respect on the true damage, as well as the crowd control coming in from the side of Bloodhounds here, right? A77 right now, a little bit on the back end, but they were able to pick Ooga Booga up in the bot lane. I saw looking for Sleeps, not going to be able to find her. Only thing is that he's going to be taken off of the board, and that's a good response yet again coming in from Bloodhounds.
Oh no, Mark QT's kind of caught in a bad position. The flicker and the penalty zone coming through, able to pick up that kill for Easy Peasy. He's already on a whopping 3, 0, and 2. 5 out of the total 7 kills participated for the side of Bloodhounds, so he's definitely going to be a priority target to shut down. The second in line is definitely going to be Dino and also Totnak. Both of these players has not been shut down right here. So for the side of A77, they definitely have to look to try and engage on that smiley face, looking to peek in that bush. But I do think it's the right decision to back out from there right now.
Absolutely right. A77 though, they were able to pick up that tower in the bot side. So I do like that they're still trying to focus on these objectives on the map, which is something that they've been kind of known for, but we're seeing the full presence of Bloodhounds right now in this mid lane. A conceal play from the top side. The heavy spin was forced to be popped out, but he's going to be popped down. We do see Dino with a really good penalty zone coming in there, not being able to find that kill. However, a shutdown for Mark Cutie was able to land on Easy Peasy, but in response to that, Dino picking up a kill. Now it's just Jules Cutie versus 4 members of Bloodhounds, and he's not going to be able to live long enough to defend that tower, and that's just going to be a free lord uncontested in favor of Bloodhounds.
Yeah, Bloodhounds able to get a 5-man wipeout at around the 9-minute mark. That's going to be quite huge in terms of just overall for the side of Bloodhounds. They are down in towers, but now with the lord marching down in the map completely opened up, they're going to be able to take care of some of these outer towers right now. You already see the Triz on the bot side picking up that tower, sitting at a 3, 0, and 7 with such a high kill participation on the board. And Totnak actually with 100% kill participation here. So that Novaria pick that, you know, got picked up during the second phase where it was pretty much uncontested here is such a huge win for the side of Bloodhounds. They're able to kind of go above and beyond. And now the mid tower is down. The Lord is marching into the mid side. A77 have to look for a defense here.
Absolutely, but speaking of looking for things, whenever Dino was present, you know he's looking for that penalty zone. They're focused on to control right now. They were able to secure that tower in the mid lane. They were also able to take that one right up in this top side as well. A77 though was able to chunk down that Lord, and I gotta give credit to Jules Cutie, man. These players really find the space to clear up the map and just open it up a little bit to keep some pressure onto these lanes. And if we look at the gold lead right now, it's just above 5k in favor of this side of Bloodhounds. Looking at some of the items, Sleeps on this carry, being able to secure that Trinity that she is known for. 7k gold, but oh, I'm actually surprised that Dino is actually leading in gold, and that's just to show you how impactful that he has been throughout this game so far here, UA.
Yeah, last game he started the game off with a 0-2 on the Benedetta. This time around he's definitely turning things around with a 9k gold. That's 2k above the enemy XP lane. And if you look at the jungler, actually there's also a significant difference there. So honestly, the side of Bloodhounds, they're doing quite well here, and they can't even A77 can't even get an invade onto the red side while Bloodhounds is just taking care of business right now. So they're definitely going to be up, and a solo kill versus the XP and the Golden Bloodhounds come up ahead 13-6 right here, 12 minutes in.
Oh, it's just not looking good for the side of A77 right now. I feel like their draft has potential to synergize, but we haven't really seen Mark Cutie be able to make an impact in this game, and I think it's because of how much pressure is being put on from Totnak on this Novaria pick. And now that I've seen how the game has been going and how these team fights has been scaling, there is no one that can target her in the backside, right? She also has so much mobility that there isn't even anyone who can really pressure her because they have to deal with this carry here. And speaking of dealing with the carry, we're seeing some presence there in this mid lane for both sides. So I think that's kind of where A77 kind of fell off. I saw, though, looking to deal some damage onto Dino, was able to land the ultimate, but fortunately not going to be able to make anything come off it.
Yeah, no, this Lord is definitely going to be going for the side of Bloodhounds. They're looking to zone away the Akai, but the Akai is coming through right now. The Lord is chunked dangerously low. The Paquito does get a pick off on the bot side, and the Retribution coming out for the side of A77. They're able to pick up one. Mark QT picks up the backline here, but the Decimation coming through from Easy Peasy is just not going to be enough. Kendrill walks away with just a 1 bar HP. Did A77 just completely turn this game around here?
I think they just might. We're seeing them focus on the tower. Dino is going to have to give it up, though, but they're still looking for him. I saw was able to land the crossbow attack, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough damage. But Totnak, on the same space of dealing damage, was able to get them both bursted down, both of them landing a kill in their hands each. And that is a pretty good defense and shutdown coming in from the side of Bloodhounds.
Yeah, Bloodhounds is able to pick up that 1-1 right there. There's not going to be too much push coming out from A77, but now with both the mid lane and the top side down for the side of Bloodhounds, they're definitely going to be able to open up some of the map. But ooh, the reinforcements coming through from the side of Bloodhounds. They might catch the Sakai right here.
Yeah, it's Bloodhounds right now. They aren't interested in battles. They just want to win the war. Smiley Face there is going to be able to pop the Primal Rock to escape. The crossbow attack did land onto Ooga Booga. Smiley Face as well, being able to secure that kill. And that's a pretty good response coming in from the side of A77. And man, Juice Cutie working on these waves here.
Yeah, Juice Cutie is able to pick up that mid tower, and that's going to be quite huge for the side of A77 here as they look to get onto this top side. And wow, oh my goodness, that was like a 3/4 of an HP down with just a Novaria second skill. You talked about the damage coming out. He's sitting at a 5, 0, and an 8, about 13 of the total 16 kills overall. And you know, the Novaria is definitely not doing bad. Totnak definitely being a roamer himself. Going into the mage position here, he's still doing some lethal damage.
But they were camping out in that bush. 1-1 is able to secure that kill. The penalty zone did go down, but Isa has the mobility. Oh, being able to use the wind of nature to find that immunity. We did see Control finding the save with the heavy spin. Totnak, though, is looking for him. Not going to be able to find him. But speaking of finding things, Jules Cutie again putting pressure onto these lanes here.
Yeah, Jules Cutie, he was kind of down earlier in the game, but definitely right now he's picked it up, right? He was able to get the mid tower, and now he's able to get the inner bottom tower, and that's going to be the far lane away from the Lord, and that's going to be a very, very huge win for the side of A77. They could kind of just look to group up on these objectives, playing it slow, making sure that they do have all the vision necessary to get this objective. But Bloodhounds is still up 2k gold. That's still something dangerous to deal with. The carry is fully scaled along with the Novaria, and we talked about these two scaling heroes, how hard it is for them to scale into the late game, and now definitely they're looking to do quite well here.
Absolutely right. We're seeing both teams start this Lord dance here, kind of getting some damage being dished out for both sides. Totenak trying to find some poke damage being played in there. I saw looking to clear out the minions in the mid lane. Totenak did use the Astral Echo though to kind of put some pressure onto them. But you have to pay attention to Juice Cutie on this bot side. He's going to go for an extremely deep cut. But while this is happening, Smiley Face did flicker out into that Astral Recall. And unfortunately, gonna be able to survive there, but someone who's not gonna be able to survive, Mark Cutie being taken down. Dino though looking to make his way up for the team fight. Lord did get reset. I saw has to be very careful because he's the keys to victory for A77 winning this fight. But a solo kill down in the bot side. Ooga Booga being able to find Juice Cutie, putting the number advantage into the hands of Bloodhounds. The Astral Echo did go down. I saw being able to find the kill, but unfortunately Lord goes into the hands of Bloodhounds here.
Oh my gosh, another kill coming out to the side of Bloodhounds. They're able to pick up the 1-1. That's gonna be quite huge. Along with the flicker penalty zone coming out for the Akai. That's a 3 members down for the side of A77 Bloodhounds. With a 5-man siege onto this mid side, I think they're going to try to end the game here. And I think that's extremely smart. They don't have the front line available. And Smiley Face, he's just getting completely shredded by this side of Bloodhounds. And easy peasy, able to pick up another one. The penalty zone comes through, but the flicker ends up missing. Mark QT falls, and Jules is going to be the last A77 member to survive here. But I don't think that is going to be enough. Bloodhounds taking game 2 of the series.
And that is one way to even up the scoreboard to a 1-1. Looking at Totenak here, being able to secure that MVP, finding not a single death in this entire game so far. And that's courtesy to the side of A77 not really having anyone that can really apply some pressure to the back line. They have a very front presence in terms of their composition, but they just lack someone that can really put that pressure to Sleeps as well as Totenak there on this Novaria pick. Now, if we look at some of the statistics that happened for this game, we're seeing Totenak again with the heavy team fight participation. A lot of Astral Echoes being able to just spot out the members of Area 77, and that's like another thing that they had to deal with as well. Despite not having anyone that can really dive the backline, they couldn't even find a lot of surprise engages just because of the vision control that Bloodhounds was carrying as well. Dino being able to find some really game-changing penalty zones, as well as Slaves being very objective focused as well to open up the tower. Ooga Booga, I like seeing him on picks that you have to be dominant on. I don't like seeing him on these supports, man. Like, he's good at these setters. Keep him on things that he's comfortable with, and easy peasy, doing what needs to be done in that jungle with the Mortis.
Yeah, most definitely. Ooga Booga actually went to opt for a damage build on this Khalid. Silver, you could pretty much start the game, make sure you switch the sides, but going back to it, you kind of see like Sleeps isn't even doing the highest damage. It is going to be the mid lane coming out from Bloodhounds that's doing majority of the damage. 26%, 25%, that's huge. Coming out from a mid and a support role. That's something that we don't see quite often. It just shows the impact. Like you said, we want Ooga Booga on these kind of niche picks that he's very good with. Just kind of like the Khalid. It's very hard to go against something like that. Now, easy peasy, you know, he did have 11% damage, so he didn't really do quite well, but I do think he opted more for a tank build. Ooh. I think Silver? Will you get started on the next game, please? Is he here?
Yeah, is that the game shut down?
They're
So
not.
they're not ready.
I'm waiting on Easy Peasy and Ooga to ready up. I can't start it without those two readying up.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick 2-minute break as we get this situated out. We'll be right back, guys.
Payback time. My world is the sky!
don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of Light and the God of Darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored.
Welcome back to the House of Pisces game 3, day 5, week 3 of the tournament right here. We have Bloodhounds versus A77. It is 1-1 for the overall series score. A77 had a dominating performance in game 1, but Bloodhounds able to strike back in the game 2, and it's due to the Khalid and the Navaria pick onto the mid side. Wondering if A77 is looking to gonna ban out some of these picks to kind of force Ooga Booga and Tonak on a little bit more uncomfortable picks this time around. Rem?
Yeah, I definitely feel like, okay, if you are going to draft, you definitely need some assurance that you have something that can get to the back line. You know, whether that's to set up for the second half of the draft or even in response to some of the early picks, right? You have a lot of frontline presence, but there's a lot of heroes that can shine if there's no one that can put a lot of pressure onto them, right? So definitely something that they have to keep in mind for this side of Area 77 this time around. And I felt like that was potentially going to happen when they did lock in the Akai there, right? Because unlike something like the Alpha, he has dive potential, he has sustainability as well as the damage, right? But the Akai, he has dive potential, he has sustainability, but he doesn't really have, you know, the damage that needs to be dealt there. So definitely something for them to keep in mind. But looking at some of the bans that is coming out, Bloodhounds, they aren't feeling any of these supports right now. Meanwhile, Area 77 is saying no to these fighter junglers.
Yeah, and something that I do still want to see is kind of like the Angela coming out, but we did see the Angela not doing quite well in the game 1, but now A77.
On whose side? Whose side do you want to see the Angela coming out on? That's the question.
Well, here's the thing, like Bloodhounds on Ooga Booga, like he's definitely a really good Angela player. I think it might have to do with maybe the snowball coming out from A77. They just played such a great game, and you watch A77.
He caused the snowball. What do you mean?
You watch the team fight come out from A77. It's absolutely beautiful in game 1, but game 2 kind of just felt like it was a dogfight coming out from both sides. We didn't really know exactly what was happening, and the Terizla first pick gets picked up by A77, and I love that, right? We saw the Terizla being up about 1 to 2k gold throughout the whole entire game, being the highest gold lead for the side of Bloodhounds and one of the cleanest scores. So by Jules picking it up this time around, he's definitely going to create a lot of impact.
Do you think we're going to see Bloodhounds pull out the Novaria and potentially the Edith as well? I don't know. I feel like it's really early for the Khalid. You know, I feel like with them having something like the Turisla now, they can disrupt his sands there, so he's not going to be able to keep that sustainability in for long. Easy peasy though, he is hovering over this Akai pick. I'm not too sure how I feel about. I feel like they really need to get some dominance in their EXP lane. EXP lane has been winning games. You know, their impact has been very strong, but it's not a bad combo. It's not the end of the world for them. I just hope that they have a little bit more answers.
And it's quite crazy because Tolnak on the first game, he didn't do exactly the best on this Valentina. But, you know, in game 2, he did switch it up with the Novaria, did quite well. So I don't know why Bloodhounds is looking to kind of go with the meta. They have a winning condition comp, and, you know, they played quite well with it. But this time around, they don't pick up the carry. Valier gets picked up here for the side of A70, for the side of Bloodhounds. And I feel like that's a direct response against the Phrygian pick coming out from Kendril.
Not only do I like the Valier into the Phrygian, it's also pretty good up against Jules Cutie on this Terizla here. Kind of just locking them in place. And we do know they are going to stick together so they can layer their heavy crowd control presence. So it's just going to make those bombs easier for Ooga Booga to land. And ooh, that Diggy ban. If I can give a round of applause right now, definitely will. Very solid ban. Coming in from the side of Bloodhounds right now, but I will say they have the front line, they have the poke, they have the disruption. I need to see someone who can put some focus onto Isa this time around. I need to see someone who can put some focus onto whichever mid laner that they do decide to lock in, because right now they have some boxes checked off for the side of Bloodhounds, but a very important box has yet to be checked, and that is who is going to get to the backline.
Well, I feel like Yizong might be the perfect candidate for the side of Bloodhounds. You talked about trying to get to the backline. The Yizong with the Petrify is able to kind of single out that Bruno, and Bruno doesn't really have too much dashes, and when he does dash, it's kind of a short range spell, so I feel like Yizong might be the perfect candidate here. Bloodhounds, no! Opted to go for the Sandman right here. We saw a beautiful game coming out in the very second series from Ooga Booga, but this time around, it's going to be Dino on the Khalid.
You know, I'm not too mad if Mercury does lock in that guard. I was actually thinking about it earlier when I saw Ooga Booga lock in the Valier pick. Oh, the Farsa. I mean, okay. All right. So one of Valier's weaknesses of mage that can outzone him. Farsa is perfect for that. However, Karma, right? You do have Dino, who has that dive potential. You also do have Easy Peasy, who has some dive potential, as well as Totnak can also get that Divine Judgment or the penalty zone, or even a Feathered Airstrike as well to respond to that. So I will say that though, but the Farsa in Mercury's hands right now, good answer to Ooga Booga on the Valier. And if Sleeps does lock in the Melissa, it also does a good job up against the Melissa. I just don't see it being effortless.
Yeah, but
you know,
it's quite interesting coming out from both sides. They're kind of playing a mind game each in there. I do like the Kaja pick compared to the Valier a lot more. I feel like the Valier, you know, if you get the snowball early, you definitely have an advantage, but I don't think it's 100% secure here. But the Melissa, it's a very, very smart pick. There's a lot of dives coming out from A77, and the go away can definitely cause a lot of havoc. But guys, we're going to a match, and we got a very special guest on the casting board. We got Miss Eunice in the house. Eunice.
Hello, hello.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, long time no see.
Yeah, you could have said better myself. Take us into the game here, Eunice.
And we are looking at game 3, 1-1 so far, and I have been watching the previous game, and I saw a Khalid roam by Ooga Booga, correct? With Totnak mid. That is a very interesting comp, and knowing that, You know, Uga Buga has some very interesting cheese picks, so I'm really interested to see this Valier also go into play. Totenak, however, you know, switching two people on different roles, definitely a good. It's a good sign, right? Knowing that they can very flex the positions, but I haven't casted with you in so long, Rem. We're about to bring things back from the past, but how are you doing
Absolutely.
today?
I'm doing really good. Like I mentioned at the start of the series, I'm really fond of both these themes. I like all of their play styles. I like how diverse they can be in
Mhm.
terms of their drafting, and even just down to things like the rotations, the micros coming in, like when there's team fights or they're losing out in one aspect of the game, they're always trying to look for areas where they can find something to keep them into the game a little bit longer. And that's what I really appreciate about both these teams here. But up in the top side, saw some rotations coming in from the side of Bloodhounds there, putting a lot of pressure onto Isa early on. And that's what you have to do up against the Bruno here.
Yeah, and speaking about, you know, showing things very early, right? The Bruno, I saw definitely use that flicker prematurely out there. That top side, but looks like a little bit of, there's a lot of pressure actually going on that top side. Turtle's about to spawn in about 10 seconds, so we'll definitely see a bit of a more serious clause going around at that bot side, but Booga just being a menace on this Valier pick over here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how I feel about them picking a Kaja into a Valier. It's like the same thing of picking a Kufra into a Valier, a Minotaur into a Valier, right? You kind of nerf yourself a little bit because keeps you in place. He makes it harder for you to find those sets. But a Fettered Airstrike in the mid lane. Are they going to be able to find him? Yep, he is with that Ring of Judgment there, but they're still working on a turtle.
Penalty zone coming out. Rage's Dancer comes in by Dino, but the turtle gets picked up by Kaja, which is going to be that smiley face. But kill has been picked up by Dino, taking off Frederick off the board. That is going to be a 1-1, but looks like the fight's not done. Divine Judgment is going to go ahead and put that last cherry on top. For the side of A77, making the scoreboard 2-1 with a turtle also into the hands of A77.
Absolutely right. And as we look at some of the early game components that is being built, oh, I saw taking a little bit of damage there. Sleeps is able to get some poke potential early on, but looking at the gold leads so far, we are seeing this Melissa being able to keep the upper edge on to Bruno here, and I'm thinking that's courtesy to some of the harassment coming in earlier on. But speaking of things coming in, Mark Cutie goes down with the Fettered Airstrike to get some zoning potentials out. I feel like they should have been a little bit more patient there, bait them to come out just a little bit more so they would have had an easier time to secure that kill. But speaking of things being secured, Bruno picking up that House Clause.
Yeah, definitely picking up a good item over there. Definitely a little bit more sustained in that gold lane side, but ooh, that smiley face. Kaja just got dropped down pretty low. It was able to get out pretty easily, but we might see a potential sandwich up on the top side, but looks like he definitely saw the danger coming through, but Mark QT doing a little bit of damage for the airstrike coming down on Uga Booga. Is going to get dropped down very low. Divine Judgment also locked in on him as well. And I feel like that is a lot of ults burnt over there. Two big ultis coming in, but as long as you can defend the turret, right? Gotta do what you gotta do to keep it up. But
yeah,
knowing that, you know, let's talk about these two teams really quickly. A77 and Bloodhounds, top two teams coming in from NACT, has finished in the top 8 qualifiers of NACT last season. We might have not seen Bloodhounds around for this NACT, but definitely two teams that have been prevailing with their strengths as well. But let's see a little bit of a turtle dance coming in from both sides. We have seen these fights be very, very tight up front, but Rem, here we go.
We do see a good penalty zone landing in there from Jules Cutie, forcing out some flickers. However, no one has fallen just yet. A good raging stance coming in, though, from Dino on this Khalid pick, but they're looking for Jules Cutie, forcing out a flicker here. Dino, though, being pulled into that tower courtesy that Divine Judgment, and Judgment, my friend, has been made. But at what cost? His death.
Definitely his death over there, but top side, man, remember we've been just saying brawl. I feel like we're just saying brawl, right? But the thing is, these two teams know what they can do, what they can't do, and even with deaths being put on the board, they are still looking to contest this turtle. And penalty zone coming in, but Easy Peasy going to go ahead and use that wild spin, but not going to lock in on the objective. But here we go, Dino getting chipped on very low by control on this Shredder. Praises Wrath coming down. Unstoppable coming in by Kaja, leaving him at 5-0 actually.
Whoa.
Leave no, screw the marksman. Just let the roamer do the job over there, doing a very solid for his team. Also, having the whole entire scoreboard in his hands. I mean, when have you seen a roamer do all that work?
And it's not even a damage roamer at that. Like, what is going on right? See, we're definitely in tank meta. So those of you who think that the tank meta is going away anytime soon, just look at this right now. It's not. It's really not, right?
5-0 Kaja.
5 with the dominance eyes. Right. I mean, he's putting the dominance in dominance eyes right now. 100%. But Bloodhounds, though, dominant with their rotations. I like that they're still trying to find things. Ooga booga, right? I have just one request. The positioning, my friend. Right? Stop looking to go into them. Let them come into you. That's where you shine as a Falair. You're anti-engage. You're not the engager, my friend. Right? So I really hope that as this game progresses, we see a little bit more improvement in terms of the positioning here. A77 though, looking for this top side. The faster that they can get this Bruno out of line is the faster they're going to be able to find some things here. But in the top side, we saw some ultimates being baited out off camera there, and that's just going to secure this top tower for the side of A77.
Yeah, Totenak doing a little bit of damage, but Dino coming in the Raging Sandstorm Flicker, but misses. Here it goes. Smiley coming in with the Divine Judgment. Is going to go ahead and secure a kill, but mid side, Mark Cutie taking away Ooga Booga, and just like you said, you know, powerless, right? That's also another name that he goes by. His Valier pick would be good if he did just watch that positioning, just like you said, right? The Vengeance Flame should be the vengeance that he wants to provide within his name. Feather Airstrike coming down just to do a little bit of zoning, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and defend that mid side very well. But, you know, I really feel like that roam pick, maybe they should have looked a little bit more towards a setter, right? You did mention in the draft phase, you just weren't really too sure about that Valier pick. You know, there's a lot of dive, and they couldn't answer it well in their previous match. But it looks like we're going to see a little bit of that repeat scenario happening once again. But the wraparound coming in from A77, just trying to contest this mid turret, might be their next objective on the board.
Yeah, absolutely right. I like what I'm seeing from Smiley Face on this Kaja hovering over this Bruno. And I would say helping him come online, but the Kaja is the one who's actually online right now. So, but it's still good that he is there to provide some responses though. But down in the bot side, we did see Mark Cutie being able to pick up that kill on this Far Show, who's doing quite well. Again, Ooga Booga looking for something here. The heavy spin is going to be able to get them that kill onto Kentrell. Down goes the Feathered Airstrike, zoning out some members of Bloodhounds as well, but they are going to be able to defend this tower. But reinforcements from the side of A77 right now. As Pop said, a 4-man penalty zone was landed in. The go away as well as the muddles from Sleeps though in response. They weren't able to save that tower, but able to save a little bit of their lives there.
Yeah, talking about saving a little bit of their lives, right? We do see a lot of good KDAs coming in from A77, right? Still, this Kaja 5-0 on the board, but also Mark QT 2-0 on this far, so doing a really good job, right? Even just a Feather Airstrike alone is doing a lot of zoning from turrets, objectives, and that's what I feel like the Farsa utility is good for. And you kind of question that Farsa pick too. And Rem, I think Mark QT is proving you a little bit wrong over here with that Farsa pick, right? We kind of thought, you know, with the Valier, the Vengeance Flames might be a little bit too much, as he is able to cancel a lot of ults, but Mark Cutie is playing it really well, but Dino might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, the divine judgment is
Another
going to get
kill.
him snatched. And yep, that is a
Oh my goodness.
602 on this Kajan. Usually you would be upset when your roamer's the one getting all the kills, but they're definitely being able to follow up. Mark Cutie dealing some burst there,
Ooh.
zoning out Totnak on this Valentina pick here, and really strong zoning presence coming in from the side of A77, despite Bloodhounds having the Valir pick that is remarkably one of the strongest answers to the composition that Area 77 decided to go for here. But unfortunately, due to the positioning, they're just not able to find the right angles to really capitalize off of these picks here.
Yeah, and I really thought that the Villiers pick should help with the Kaja, right? But ooh, we might see a heavy spin prematurely used, not able to connect on I saw. Bruno definitely did see a little bit of danger over there, but mid side's gonna go ahead and be pushed down. Pull 3-man, Palace off Feather Airstrike coming in the backside, Dino coming in, Innovation Stand, so it's not going to be able to connect to any kills. Jules QT doing a lot of pick-off damage towards that backline, chunking everybody off, but Kaja is going to be the one seeing his own karma mirror on the wall. Definitely got himself pulled in there into the wall, and talk about different zip codes. Definitely saw Dino Sleeps getting pulled back to a whole nother country, but Lords coming down into their base. Are they able to defend 4-man versus a 3-man? Feather Airstrike coming down that backside is able to chunk down Ooga Booga low, but they are able to defend this very well. But that is going to be a 12-4 on the death score over there. But what a clause that we saw. But that Kaja coming down in their base, man, that was kind of a Una reverse card right there, if you ask me.
Absolutely, and that's courtesy to Valentino with that priority ultimate, with that IMU. She really does a good job at reminding you that she can do what you do a little bit better if you're not careful. We do see a divine judgment being landed onto Easy Peasy. They tried their best to burst him down. We saw the feathered airstrike as well going down, but he was able to use that heavy spin to get himself out of that situation. If we look at some of the items being built in here for the side of A77, Farsa does have those bursts, as she did opt in to go for that holy crystal for that third item to spike that damage as she scales from that mid to late game. Looking at what Bloodhounds has going for them, though, Totnak on the Valentina, who hasn't died yet, impressively, does have the LT COD combo as well. So I do think there is, oh, we're looking at the sky right now. But I will say, though, there is still a lot of potential on the ground, and the Lanadon, as a divine judgment, finds Ooga Booga Eunice.
Yeah, definitely put that man on a t-shirt for sure. Definitely getting picked off by their buff over there. But that's another death for Ooga Booga on this Valir pick once again. But Easy Peasy coming in with the heavy spin. Is he able to push him? No. See, the thing is, maybe this would have been better if the Valir was in A77's hands, as they could push out the Sakai, but having them paired on the same side, there's not really a response that I could really see happening with this Valir pick, right? But they are zoning a little bit off on that Lord, but I would want to see them use their picks to the best ability, right? They're good sets, but Divine Judgment coming out.
But a penalty zone as well as a good raging stance. However, Bruno is going to be able to find a killing spree. Farsa with the unstoppable in her hands. Kentrell, though, being able to find Melissa, and Totnak finding a kill of his own as well. But it is 4 members versus 2. Monster kill into the hands of Farsa. Looking at Isa bursting Valentina down, as well as the space crystal, and that's going to be game in favor A77, putting us 2-1 right now.
Yeah, definitely putting the score at 2-1, but let's take a look at the final results. Mark Cutie coming in with the MVP of the game, looking at 6-0, but honestly, I'm gonna have to probably give it to props to that Kaja, right? The smiley face coming in, sitting well at 5-0. And for all y'all, just like Rem said, who thought the tank meta wasn't meta, you saw the whole early game, right? Kaja was able to pick up a lot of kills, also sustain a decent amount of damage, right? 22% damage sustained. Very up close with the Fredrin as well, 80% kill participation alongside with Mark QT. That's how you know that the mid rotation was uptight, very locked in, making sure that everyone had a fair chance with their team fights. But I saw Bruno coming in with 25% damage. I would like to see a little bit more, knowing that the marksmen right now are doing a little bit more damage towards that mid to late game. And I do understand with the patch, you know, the gold lane got a little bit nerfed, which might take a little bit longer to scale, but congratulations to A77, and we will be back after a short break.
Payback time. My world is the sky! You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of light and the God of darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eruditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eruditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you. Or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine. Killing spree.
옷에 머리 잘랐거든? I become a mocha, guys. 여기 옆에 다 지우면 아니야. 아니 그냥 트롤 하기가 여러 가지 있는데 올라가고 트롤 하기 싫으니까 그냥 다 잘라주니까 괜찮게 자르고 나는 그래서 보통 잘 자르는데.
Anyway, that's repaint.
We're going
Famous repaint. Apparently he's famous among guys in ML. Apparently.
Apparently.
지금 venue 갑니다.
지금 오전 8:37 a.m. and we're heading to the NECT Carnival.
Had a hard time coming in here.
Had a really hard time coming in, but we made it and then we got our staff.
Struggling with her height. Sima. We're like decorating right now. We have to make a hashtag NACT.
Someone for 7th anniversary? I think you're gonna Is it
anniversary? Okay. Look at those tassels. We put it up here thinking it was a good idea as like a little backdrop. When the wind is so strong, it keeps coming, like it has no control. And then I blew all those balloons. Man, I did a whole year worth of long exercise because of this. It says happy 7th birthday.
Check-in.
Welcome to the check-in booth. This is where you check in. The struggle. Food. We're getting fed. Thank you. Looks so good. We can do one. Eat. We got the NACT care pack. Then, so there's 2 breads. There was 3. Sina took one of them. Bag of bones, Cheetos, barbecue, and some more snacks. Everyone's standing outside because there's no chair.
He asked me for a break.
What?
Between us, break between us.
Okay.
And then I was like, okay, if you need it, then I'll.
The vlog that I will never produce.
So I go ahead and Match the 6 saber first.
Guess who came late? This girl came late, but she got us coffee. This is what the staffs / VIPs do when the games are going on. She's taking a bill. Two girls. Okay.
What are those? No, real wait. I don't have my phone on me. I'll show you in Target. Alright. We did the forehead thing.
We were on our way to UA's place for like a little after party of day one, but guess what? Nami realized she left her camera at the venue, and guess what? Everyone left the venue. So we're driving back to the venue. So we're praying that the camera's still there. And the venue is open. It's still there, because we didn't bring it. It's still there. We are having a little more drive. We're having like 30 more extra minutes of driving. Driving Nami. Where go? 갑자기? Camera rescue expedition took a turn. Where do you have basketball? Oh my god. If you wanna Nami kinda suck at basketball. Third try, no charm. Nami, what if they lock the door? We need your camera. Oh my god.
You got this, girl.
Yes! We can go home. We can't, not home. We can get dinner now. Yes. Finally, yay! Dinner time! The camera's back to its Nami. We got.
Welcome back, everyone, to the House of Pisces. This is going to be week 3, day 5 for the semi-finals. Already, we have a great match going on. It is going to be 2-1 for A77 versus Bloodhounds. Once again, the House of Pisces has partnered up with Nighthorde and MLSA to provide 16 teams the opportunity to compete in a single elimination tournament for a total prize pool of $1,000 and 100K diamonds provided by Moonton. But yes, we're gonna jump straight into the draft. A little bit of a word hurricane tumbling. Rem, you saw a beautiful game earlier with Eunice. Now we're coming through once again. The Kaja and the Valentina has been banned out for the side of Bloodhounds.
Yeah, and a pretty solid responses coming in for them as well. We did see how well Smiley Face carried there on the Kaja in the previous game. So pretty solid. I like that they're taking notes from what happened in the previous game. You know, things that they potentially cannot deal with as easily as they would like to. So I think it's really smart when teams, you know, take note of that. Looking at this side of A77, they're banning out the Mathilda as well as the Nolan pick here. I'm pretty sure we are going to see potentially that export being their third prio ban here coming in for the side of A77. I don't think they're just gonna give it up for easy peasy to just take that, or maybe they might give him a little chance to dive in that pocket and pick it out.
Well, the thing about the export pick, it's quite known to go for in the jungle and in the XP lane for North America. And you know, when it goes into the XP, it definitely counters out the Terizla, which has been prioritized in the last 2 games. It's kind of like if whoever gets their hands on the Terizla, they're definitely going to be able to get ahead. So I don't, you know, I'm not going to be surprised if we see a Terizla first pick, but no, Ooga Booga locks in the export, just like you said, Rem. And I think it's a strong pick, right? It does well in the XP, and it's still going to be flexed into the jungle or even a potential mid lane, right? But the response.
The Rafaela, which can also be flexed into that mid or that roam position there. I saw put the Nana away, hang it up, flat screen. Not even gonna acknowledge that pick being hovered over right now. But harping on the export pick, something we really haven't seen for a while. But it is going to be picked up for the side of Bloodhounds, a comfort 4, easy peasy there. So we're potentially going to see that being swapped over. You mentioned how impactful the Tourisla pick has been. Jules Cutie is going to go ahead and lock it in. And I'm thinking right now, does no one on the side of Bloodhounds play the Edith? I feel like she's so strong, but I just haven't seen any of them give it, any attention. So maybe that's definitely something that they might potentially want to ban out in the second phase of the draft here, because the way that it's going for Area 77 right now, they can have the Raphael in them mid position. They can have Jules Cutie as the EX laner, of course, and then lock in the Edith as their roamer yet again.
Man, I got baited by Boca earlier with the Sicilian. I was going to say, Bloodhounds opting to start with a 3 late game opening. Claude, Sicilian, and Export. I disagree with that. But now, locking in that Fredrin secures a lot of the early game objectives. In terms of the CC, it definitely helps out to peel the Claude and the Export early on. So I definitely agree with that. Now, A77 looking for a response. The Kai was being picked up quite a bit before. I'm not going to be surprised if we see another Kai or even the Boxia, right? We haven't seen the Boxia being picked up quite a bit. And Boxia's actually been one of the strongest junglers that hasn't been nerfed. But they could also go for something like a marksman to protect their marksman. They could go for a mage like the Navario or the Lilia. That does not get picked up, but A77, there it is. The Lilia does get locked in for MarQT here.
Now, I like it. I love when teams go utility up against the Fredrin. Something that he really cannot deal with is the constant slowdowns coming in. So mages like the Horde, the Yve, the Lilia, very solid answers for them. And the fact that they secured the Raphael in the first pick, it means that there is not going to be much mitigation in terms of that utility being responded to for the side of Bloodhounds right now. So very solid pick for them. I feel like right now, they definitely are targeting down Boca Roscoe, banning out the Novaria, something that he's been pretty known for. And I think what they might do here is try to lock him down to go for something like the Sicilian, something that they can really take advantage of in the early game. Right? They did ban out the Valentina on their side, so there isn't really much options unless we see him play something like the Kadita again for some of that instant burst potential.
Yeah, the Kadita is quite nice, but if MarQT does take the Purify or the Raphael, which I think they will, it's gonna be quite hard. But talk about the Kadita does get banned out. I think another option that Boca has up his sleeve is gonna be the Valir. Now, we did see the Valor being picked up last game. It was onto the roam position. It didn't do quite the damage that I was looking for, but you know, during NACT, Boca has definitely been known for that Valor pick. So maybe, let's say if the Boxia pick gets baited out, I do believe Boca Roscoe is going to look to lock in that Fireman.
Absolutely, but again, I feel like locking in so much utility up against the Rafaela could also be another thing to consider as well, considering she does give immunities to those slows for I think 1.6 or 8 seconds, which is enough to really give the team the upper edge. But I will say, where Valer really shines is that, yes, he does have those utilities, but that's not all he's known for. He's known for zoning. He's also known for stuns. And whether they have the Raphael, they can't take those two things away from him. It's still something that they're going to have to deal with when the Holy Blessing is off of cooldown. But speaking of something that is going to have to cool down and scale to the late game, Boca Roscoe hovering over this. Do you think he's going to lock it in?
Well, I kind of want to talk about the Edith. Your wish kind of came true. Bloodhound's definitely taking up the Edith pick now. Totnak is going to be in that roam position. But here's the thing about the Sicilian and the Lilia matchup. This matchup, we've seen it before when Sicilian was quite popular. Lilia is able to do a fast shove, have the early game advantage, while Sicilians can be pushed into the late. So the Lilia is definitely going to have a bit of an advantage. probably the first 5 minutes. So you're definitely going to see Mark QT shine a lot more. But if it gets to the late game, the Alpha is not going to be able to handle the Sicilian. Now, on the other hand, the 1-1, that's quite good into that late game. But Rem, introduce us the special guest once again.
Yes, you guys, up on the desk, we have no other than the casting queen herself, Miss Eunice. Welcome back. It's been a while.
Hello. And I was wondering if we wanted to do a trio desk, because we haven't done that in so long with the MLSA power up. Yue, come on. Let's do it. Let's do it, Yue. Really, let's do a trio desk. Come on. With Master Rem and the Bald Man King Yue. Come on.
All right, guys. Welcome to the day 5 of the House of Pisces tournament. Once again, this is going to be Nighthorde. Or not Nighthorde. What am I talking about? This is going to be Bloodhounds versus A77. Already a 2-1 advantage. You're going to see a little bit of an aggression coming out from A77's side.
Yeah, definitely. But look at all. I know that Bocarasco's Rise of Celian picks one of his signature mage picks, and I know Bocarasco also has a huge mage pool, but he's just known for his Sicilian, right? But you know, that Alpha, just like Yue said, might have a little bit of a hard time facing this Sicilian. But Rem, I know we know the mid lane matchups. How are you feeling about this Sicilian versus a Lilia matchup, right? They both have good clear, but the early game damage is what I'm just a little bit worried about, Rem.
Absolutely. I definitely do think that in terms of rotations, we are potentially going to see Lilia being a little bit more beneficial in terms of finding these pickoffs and making these plays happen. As Bocarasco, all he has right now is the Sanguine Claws and a little bit of damage, whereas Mark Cutie, she has the slows and she also has the ability to chunk people down. And as you can see, this ETA, they're already being taken down quite low because of the blooms.
Oh no.
And speaking of the damage that I was talking about, they're going to be able to find first blood.
Yeah, the Lilia against the Sicilian, the Lilia just does quite well, and the slow paired up with the slow coming out from Lilia is just double, right? So they're able to pick up the Sicilian quite early, chunk Toknak relatively low, and set up for this next neutral objective. Now A77, they definitely have the lead, but a little bit of a zoning coming out on the mid side. They're definitely taking advantage of Sicilian's bad early game, making sure she struggles quite a bit.
Yeah, but also speaking about double, Lilia also has that double life, right? But speaking about life, Alpha's gonna go ahead and pick up that turtle with no bodies off the map yet, but that is going to be an objective into the hands of A77. But, you know, I like to let the pot brew into the hands of Rem. Rem likes to be making some manifestations, knows what's going to happen next. And with these lineups, right, the queen of the mid lane matchups. And also, I do know that you have a lot of knowledge when it comes to these items and all of these different lineups. But look at the setup already coming in from both teams. But break down the items for me, Rem. Oh, never mind.
Before we get into that, we do see the Holy Baptism coming in, being able to find a double stun. But speaking of doubles, somebody rolled the dice because that's going to be a double kill into the hands of Guapo. But they're not done with that engage. It's 3 versus 1. They're looking to put Sleeps to bed right now, reading him a bedtime story. And that's going to be a killing spree for Alpha in favor A77. No one falls but Bloodhounds.
Yeah. Side of Bloodhounds right here, they're definitely going back to sleep. It's already a 4-0 lead for the side of A77, and we've seen this before, right? If Mark QT getting stunned up right here, does block that Black Shoes. He should be able to get away alive, but the Purify does come out. Totnak using the Primal Wraths, but the Lilia with the Purify is able to get away here. But topside,
yeah, topside definitely getting a little bit of that zone. There's a lot of pressure coming in. Control Alpha doing a lot of pressure already getting that turret halfway down, and also the gold plating is absolutely destroyed on that top side. But bot side, we do see the Frederick and the Tourism matchup. I do know Frederick actually got pretty badly nerfed within the last patch, but I do see them use it a lot and still abuse that pick in MPL as well. But a little bit of a clash here.
Alpha charge did go out. We saw Ooga Booga having to use that flicker defensively to get out of that situation.
no.
Mark Cutie is chasing them down. Holy Baptism goes down in the mid lane, forcing out a flicker as well as the Primal Wrath. We do see the Bats impact. The Blazing Duet gets cancelled out by the Alpha charge, and that is going to be a mega kill going into the hands of Guapo on this Alpha, putting in that work in that early game, but someone else putting in work in the bot lane off camera. Mark Cutie finding that solo kill.
I just want to say how impressed I am with Guapo right there. He was just waiting in the bush, making sure that, hey, when the BMI comes through, he's able to get on to that along with it. But the knockup coming through with the 2-man penalty zone, also able to get the blue buff, but the Holy Baptism coming out doesn't stun. Easy peasy, able to try and pick up, but Toadknack is going to be the one that falls. A77 get away with the blue buff along with a kill. Now, Alpha charge going through once again. He's definitely chunked dangerously. I think this is going to be a mistake.
Oh my god, that's
Guapo
insane.
Definitely gets taken out here. 7-1 is the scoreboard, but Bloodhounds inching back into the game here.
But that is a shutdown coming into the hands of Sleeps, right? 5-1 on this Alpha was able to make that response for him to be put back into the caster's desk for just a quick second, but is back up on the map. But looks like they're trying to contest this miss at Black Shoes. Has been popped in by Mark QT. A little bit of tower diving, but that's a good thing about Lilia, right? You can kind of do whatever you want as long as you have your Black Shoes. But Jules QT is going to be the next one off the board, but is Easy Peasy going to be next? It's going to be Sleeps. Definitely got put to sleep once again, just how Rem loves to call it, reading them bedtime stories with that. But crossbow of Tang coming out on Easy Peasy, gonna take him off the board as well. We do see Toadknack doing a little bit of damage. Primal Wrath coming out, but Holy Baptism comes in to save. That's a triple kill into the hands of I Saw, and that is going to be 3 kills. And that is not where you want to put 1-1 on the board with that crossbow of Tang. And man, Rem definitely showing us a good DDR dance with that skin over there that he is running.
I mean, when we are seeing Alpha again pick up yet another kill, but when a play like that happens, it shows you how devious this smile of a name is, right? A Holy Baptism did go in though, but thanks to the utility and the speed up coming in from the heals there, it's going to be able to find that kill. We are seeing the crossbow attack being unlocked, but unfortunately not going to have it popped up, but it's not needed as they are going to pop him down on the Edit, putting another kill into the hands of I Saw. And man, it's just the rotations coming in from the side of A77 right now. They're keeping their foot on Bloodhounds' necks. And speaking of that, also heavy on the invade in their jungle.
Yeah, A77 is just winning on across the whole entire map. We talk about top side getting both the towers, bot side they're able to pick up Ooga Booga, and they're able to pick up the mid Sicilian, right? 0 and 4. That's not something we want to see on this late game mage. A77 definitely taking this game quite far, and along with the neutral objectives, seeing about almost a 8k lead right now for the side of A77.
Definitely a lead in for sure. 7 minutes in, almost about to be that 8-minute mark, already cracking through their inhibitor turrets and just about to maybe seal the deal, wrap it, put the cherry on top. Ooga Booga dropped down so low, but that's going to be a shutdown from Mark QT off the board. Sleeps, getting another kill in his hands, and they're having a little bit of faith in their hands. They are trying to put A77 shoved into a corner, but knowing that Bloodhounds is trying to respond, no turrets have been down. They are looking at a really huge gold lead, almost 10k gold lead over there. But Rem, I want you to break down the items. Hopefully, the MLSA caster curse does not come out when we do this item breakdown. I swear to God. But Rem, break down the items for me.
Gladly, right? We're seeing the Raphaela build in that enchanted talisman as well as the flask of the oasis gives that additional shield as well as cooldown reduction to some of these skills here. But speaking of things to be reduced, easy peasy, you cannot reduce the damage coming in from this Alpha. We do see Smiley Face escaping without flicker, but speaking of damage from the Alpha, all he has right now was that Hunter's Strike, as well as I think the Bloodless Axe to get some of that additional utility. Sanguine Claws, though, did land on to Guapo, but no one is going to fall as no fight has actually broken out just yet.
Yeah, no, the Sicilian damage is just not scaling enough, and Bloodhounds, they really are relying on the Sicilian and the Claw to be able to do something, and if they just can't be scaled up, especially with, you know, the gold lead being so far down, A77 are just definitely going to take everything.
Ooh! Do you see the penalties are coming in? Holy Baptism does miss, but Marcus can go ahead and pick up a kill on Ooga Booga, but crossbow uptake coming out of Bocarasco. The saving grace has just fallen off the board, but easy peasy might just be the next one on the board. Immortality has been popped. We do see Mark QT's bombs might be a little bit too much to handle. Black Shoes has been popped to negate some of that turret damage, but that is 2 members off of the board for Bloodhounds. A77 securing that bag, but Totenek getting dropped down once again. Holy Baptism has been triggered, forcing to use his ult over there. That is not what you want to see, but they are on the defensive side now. And Rem, I know you love your mages, but Bocarasco's KDA right now, 0-5, not looking too hot over there.
Absolutely, and that's courtesy to all the dive potential coming in from
oh
A77.
my goodness.
Speaking of dive, we did see a good penalty zone coming in, but Claude being able to find that kill, taking him down, but a response for that. Again, Bocarasco not going to be able to be alive to help them defend. That is a 3-man wipeout. The crossbow attack has been activated. They're looking for Sleeps and not going to be able to find him, but they are going to take this game in favor of A77.
Yeah, congratulations to A77 taking the very first best of 5 series 3-1 against Bloodhounds. This is going to be 19-4, 10 minutes match here. Eunice, break down some of the statistics for me.
Definitely gonna have to ask Alexa, play I Spy by Kyle, because look at the MVP that I see coming in from A77. I saw definitely a good KDA 6-0 coming in. Beautiful crossbow of tanks with that beautiful skin coming in, but up next is going to be Rafaela, the smiley face, right? Definitely was able to make some really good plays. The Holy Baptism coming in with a beautiful healing coming in, but also have to give props to Jules QT on this Teresa. Might come in with that nice silver, but was able to give those winning sets of flicker penalty zones, was able to sacrifice his life over there. But let's take a look at the stats over here. Ram, break it down for me.
Absolutely. If you look at some of the team fight participation coming in from the side of Area 77, again, smiley face here, as well as Mark QT being able to just have that synergy in terms of that roam mid lane combinations, right? I saw nothing new under the sun for him with the tower damage to be able to open up some of the map. Ooga Booga there being the only contribution to the tower damage coming in from the side of Bloodhounds. And that's not to say Sleeps played a bad game. It's just that in terms of the draft and them losing out in the mid lane matchup, it's just lack of rotation. There was no rotation potential this time around for them. Area 77, they had the dive, they had the disengage, they also have that utility as well coming in with the Rafaela pick, right? So definitely beautiful draft synergy coming in from the side of A77, which led them to take the first series in the semifinals.
Yeah, guys, we're going to go for a small commercial break. We're going to be right back for our match at 7:30. Are we past it? But anyways, we're going to go for a break. We'll be right back.
Payback time. My world is the sky. You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of Light and the God of Darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eruditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eruditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you, or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
어제 머리 잘랐거든? I become a bowl cut, guys. 여기 옆에 다 지우면 아니야. 아니 하나 트롤하기가 여러 가지 있는데 올라가고 트롤하기 싫은 거야. 안 잘랐으니까 괜찮겠다 이거. 그래서 보통 잘 자르는데.
Anyway, that's repaint.
We're going
famous repaint. Apparently, he's famous among guys in ML. Apparently.
Apparently.
지금 venue 갑니다.
지금 오전 8:37 a.m. and we're heading to the NACT Carnival.
Had a hard time coming in here.
Had a really hard time coming in, but we made it and then we got our staff.
Struggling with her height. Sima. We're like decorating right now. I need to make a hashtag NACT.
Someone for 7th anniversary? I think we can make MLBB too. Is it anniversary? Okay.
Look at those tassels. We put it up here thinking it was a good idea. It's like a little backdrop. And when the wind is so strong, it keeps coming. Like it has no control. And then I blew all those balloons. Man, I did a whole year worth of long exercise because of this. It says happy 7th birthday.
Check-in.
Welcome to the check-in booth. This is where you check in. The struggle. Food. We're getting fed. Thank you. Looks so good. We continue watching. Eat. We got the NACT care pack. Then, so there's 2 breads. There was 3. Sina took one of them. Bag of phones, Cheetos, barbecue, and some more snacks. You can see. Everyone's standing outside because there's no chair.
He asked me for a break.
What?
Between us, break between us. And then I was like, okay, if you need it, then I'll.
The vlog that I will never produce.
So I go ahead and match the 6 saber first.
Guess who came late? This girl came late, but she got us coffee. This is what the staffs / VIPs do when the games are going on. She's taking a bill. 2 girls. Okay.
What are those? No, real. Wait, I don't have my phone on me. I'll show you in Target. Alright. We did the forehead thing.
We were on our way to UA's place for like a little after party on day 1, but guess what? Nami realized she left her camera at the venue, and guess what? Everyone left the venue. So we're driving back to the venue. So we're praying that the camera's still there. And the venue is open. It's still there, because we didn't bring it. It's still there. We are having a little more drive. We're having like 20 more, 30 more extra minutes of driving. Driving Nami. 뭐야 이거? 갑자기? Camera rescue expedition took a turn. Where do you have basketball? Oh my god. If you wanna. Nami kind of suck at basketball. Third try, no charm. Nami, what if they lock the door? We need your camera. Oh my god.
You got this, girl.
Yes! We can go home. We can't, not home. We can get dinner now. Yes. Finally, yay! Dinner time! The camera's back to its mommy, nummy. We got our dinner. Nummy.
We got our dinner!
We're going to UA's place now because we are gonna hang out and drink a little. Yeah, it's our house. Let's close the gate. Oh my god, that must be his dog's bed.
It's never about me, huh? Always about my dog.
Your party is to be.
We're at UA's place. UA's doggo. Hello, doggo. And then there's
I know where it is. On the
food ASMR time.
right there, having an anime.
대박, there's an egg. 달걀, 계란. How do you say egg? Tamago.
Tamago.
No, that's Japanese. 계란. That's Korean. What's that?
Itlog.
Yeah.
Getting red. I'm not Google. 15 seconds. But just ask me what. Let's go! Just finish that first.
I don't know why the noodles What's happening? It's so stiff. No, we need to preheat it again, I guess. Do we? I think so. I just not kind of.
My ass is reserved for women and women only.
Not hot at all. It's like a lukewarm.
Let me see. That's how gay got chat, buddy.
The group?
If you're a woman, I will fuck you. If I'm transgender, no. Hell no. I'm a woman still. Hey!
Las Vegas.
Because yesterday,
It's where the most NACT was. But isn't it?
I think all the guys are gonna overtalk us.
Let's go, bro.
They're gonna judge us because we're like drinking.
Why do we look like the most drunk one without the alcohol?
Yo. You. No, no, you're not. Nah, you're banging.
I'm hyped up, bro.
One of our members are drunk.
The struggle is so real.
I'm showing you his face.
For a good NACT that everyone came through, lots of people from different places around the world, and we
Yo!
Okay.
Not the Louis Vuittons!
Do you even have dinner yet and we're drinking already?
I know,
This is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Where's the drink?
Yeah. But we need the wine glass or something.
What was on the road? Was it a trash can? Why was the trash can in the middle of the road?
A trash on the road. Crazy.
Ah, that's my ex. On the middle of the road, he's committing suicide. That's my ex.
I'm cheap, still hit a chick like, yo, can I borrow your Netflix? She a feminist, she think I'm sexist. Twisting my words, I think she dyslexic. Give me my space, I'm intergalactic. Before I give you my Insta password, I'll give you the pin to my Amex. Alright, this ain't stainless steel, it's platinum.
I totally forgot about recording anything, but there's Sina with Layla, Raz, Basha, and there's a one too. Don't know her name yet. Yes. You can write your name. In-game name, something you game didn't even start yet. She's like, after party. General is here. Cousin General is here.
Just gotta see me, I'm winning. Now I'm getting bangs like live balls. Scam would have I prospered. Floating and I won't go under. Been out of town for a month. Absence made the love grow fonder. UK rapper, UK droga. I mention my name if you talk about it. And them celebrate Eid. The trap's still running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hit man in a truck. I see a man topless, even a stick.
I brought my phone charger, but I forgot my phone. I don't bring it.
You didn't bring your phone?
Yeah.
This dumbass didn't bring his phone. Hey, barbecue time! My husband was here. This is my bias. Oh, that's your bias? Mommy likes Stray Kids. I like Shiga. Trying to get the angle. Oh my god, okay.
Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town.
Mommy and Moonton dropped me off at the airport. I am going to check in now. I already checked it. I need to go to security. I'll talk to y'all after that. Bye bye.
This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum. Dinner table, I got manners. T-shirt tucked in napkin. Still loading us the caption. I've only amounted a minimal fraction. Eat good, I got indigestion. There's snow in my hood, no aspirin. Can't get rid of my pain with aspirin. Dave just came in at Aston. I'm making that Maybach music. They're trying to insult my intelligence. Something I may ask.
Payback time. My world is the sky! You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of light and the God of darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eruditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, This is our history that every scholar in Eruditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you, or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
옷에 머리 잘랐거든? I become a mocha, guys. 여기 옆에 다 지우면 아니야. 아니 그냥 하나 틀어니까 여러 가지 있는데 올라가고 그 틀어 하기 싫은 거야. 그냥 다 잘라주니까 괜찮게 자르고 그래서
보통 잘 자르는데.
Anyway, that's repaint.
We are going
Famous repaint. Apparently he's famous among guys in ML. Apparently.
Apparently.
지금 venue 갑니다.
지금 오전 8:37 a.m. and we're heading to the NECT Carnival.
Had a hard time coming in here.
Had a really hard time coming in, but we made it and then we got our staff.
Struggling with her height. Sina.
We're like decorating right now. We need to make a hashtag NACT.
So one for 7th anniversary? I think we can make MLBB too. Is it anniversary? Okay.
Look at this tassels. We put it up here thinking it was a good idea. It's like a little backdrop. And when the wind is so strong, it keeps coming. Like it has no control. And then I blew all those balloons. Man, I did a whole year worth of long exercise because of this. It says happy 7th birthday.
Check-in.
Welcome to the check-in booth. This is where you check in. The struggle. Food. We're getting fed. Thank you. Looks so good. We continue watching. Eat. We got the NACT care pack. And so there's 2 breads. There was 3. Sina took one of them. Bag of bones, Cheetos, barbecue, and some more snacks. Everyone's standing outside because there's no chair.
He asked me for a break.
What?
Between us, break between us.
Okay.
And then I was like, okay, if you need it, then I'll.
The vlog that I will never produce.
So I go ahead and match the 6 saber first.
Guess who came late? This girl came late, but she got us coffee. This is what the staffs / VIPs do when the games are going on. She's taking a bill. 2 girls. Okay.
What are those? No, real wait. I don't have my phone on me. Fuck. I'll show you in Target. Alright. We did the forehead thing.
We were on our way to UA's place for like a little after party of day 1, but guess what? Nami realized she left her camera at the venue, and guess what? Everyone left the venue. So we're driving back to the venue. So we're praying that the camera's still there. And the venue is open. It's still there, because we didn't bring it. It's still there. We are having a little more drive. We're having like 30 more extra minutes of driving. Driving Nami. 뭐야 이거? 갑자기? Camera rescue expedition took a turn. Where do you have basketball? Oh my god. If you wanna. Nami kind of suck at basketball. Third try, no charm. Nami, what if they lock the door? We need your camera. Oh my god.
You got this, girl.
Yes! We can go home. We not home. We can get dinner now. Finally, yay! Dinner time! The camera's back to its Nami. We got our dinner. Nami.
We got our dinner!
We're going to UA's place now because we are gonna hang out and drink a little. Yeah, it's our house. Let's close the gate. Oh my god, that must be his dog's bed.
It's never about me, huh? Always about my dog.
Your car needs to be.
We're at UA's place. UA's doggo. Hello, doggo. And then
I know
there's
where it is. On the
food ASMR time.
right now, having an anime.
대박. There's an egg. 달걀, 계란. How do you say egg? tamago.
Tamago.
No, that's Japanese. 계란. That's Korean. What's that?
Itlog.
Yeah.
Getting red. I'm not blue though. 15 seconds. No, just ask me what. Let's go! Just finish that first.
I don't know why the noodles are. What's happening? It's so stiff. No, we need to preheat it again, I guess. Do we? I think so. I just not
My ass is reserved for woman and woman only.
Not hot at all. It's like a lukewarm.
Let me see. That's how gay got chat, buddy.
The group?
If
Okay,
you're
I'll
a
do it.
woman, I will fuck you. If I'm transgender, no, hell no. I'm a woman still. Oh, hey.
Las Vegas.
Because yesterday,
It's where the last NACT was, but it's in LA.
I think all the guys are gonna overtalk us.
Let's go, bro.
They're gonna judge us because we're like drinking.
Why do we look like the most drunk one without the alcohol?
Yo. You. No, no, you're not. Nah, you're banging.
I'm hyped up, bro.
One of our members are drunk.
The struggle is so real.
My turn in US face.
For a good NACT that everyone came through,
Say it.
lots of people from different places around the world, and we
Yo!
okay.
Not the Louis Vuittons!
We didn't even have dinner yet and we're drinking already.
I know,
This is a
right?
bad idea.
Yeah.
Where's the drink?
I got
Yeah.
a jeans.
But we need the wine glass or something.
Fucking jeans. India!
What was on the road? Was it a trash can? Where was the trash can in the middle of the road?
saw a trash on the road. Crazy.
Ah, that's my ex. On the middle of the road, he's committing suicide. That's my ex.
I'm cheap, still hit a chick like, yo, can I borrow your Netflix? She a feminist, she think I'm sexist, twisting my words, I'm fishy dyslexic, give me my space, I'm intergalactic. Before I give you my Insta password, I'll give you the pin to my Amex. Alright, this ain't stainless steel, it's platinum.
I totally forgot about recording anything, but there's Sina with Layla, Raz, Basha, and there's a one too. Don't know her name though. Yes. You can write your name. In-game name, something you game didn't even start yet. She's like at the party. General is here. Cousin General is here.
Just gotta see me, I'm winning. Now I'm getting paid like live-os. Running for the comment like 5-0. This scam would have I prospered. Floating and I won't go under. Been out of town for a month. Absence made the love grow fonder. UK rapper, UK drill, gotta mention my name. If you talk about it, and them celebrate Eid. The trap still running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hitman in a clutch, I see a man topless, even a stick.
I brought my phone charger, but I forgot my phone. I don't bring it.
You didn't bring your phone?
Yeah, it's
This dumbass didn't bring his phone. Hey, barbecue time! My husband was here. This is my bias. Oh, that's your bias? Nami likes Stray Kids. I like Shiga. Trying to get the angle. 갑자기 만난 기고 같단다. my god, okay.
Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rockin' kicks? She gotta be from out of town.
Mommy and Moonton dropped me off at the airport. I am going to check in now. I already checked it. I need to go to security. I'll talk to y'all after that. Bye bye.
This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum. Dinner table, I got manners. T-shirt tucked in napkin. Still loading, that's the caption. I've only amounted a minimal fraction. Eat good, I got indigestion. There's snow in my hood, no aspirin. Can't get rid of my pain with aspirin. Dave just came in at Aston, I'm making that Maybach music. They're trying to insult my intelligence, something I may ask.
Payback time. My world is the sky! You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of Light and the God of Darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Erudicio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Erudicio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you. Or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
옷이 머리 잘랐거든? I become a mocha, guys. 여기 옆에 다 지우면 아니야. 아니 그냥 하나 틀어 그냥 여러 가지 있는데 올라가려고 틀어 하기 싫은 거야. 그냥 다 잘라주니까 괜찮게 자르고 그래서 보통 잘 자르는데.
Anyway, that's repaint.
We are going
Famous repaint. Apparently he's famous among guys in ML. Apparently.
Apparently.
지금 venue 갑니다.
지금 오전 8:37 a.m. and we're heading to the NECT Carnival.
Had a hard time coming in here.
Had a really hard time coming in, but we made it and then we got our staff.
Struggling with her kite. Sina. We're like decorating right now. We have to make a hashtag NECT.
Someone for 7th anniversary? I think you're making MLBB too. Is it MLBB anniversary? Okay. So then
Look at those tassels. We put it up here thinking it was a good idea. It's like a little backdrop. And then when the wind is so strong, it keeps coming, like it has no control. And then I blew all those balloons. Man, I did a whole year worth of long exercise because of this. It says happy 7th birthday.
Check-in.
Welcome to the check-in booth. This is where you check in. The struggle. Food. We're getting fed. Thank you. Looks so good. We can do you want? Eat. We got the NACT care pack. Then, so there's 2 breads. There was 3, Sina took one of them. Bag of bones, Cheetos. Barbecue. And some more snacks. Everyone's standing outside. Because there's no chair.
He asked me for a break.
What?
Between us. Break between us.
Okay.
And then I was like, okay, if you need it, then I'll...
The vlog that I will never produce.
So I go ahead and match the 6 saber first.
Guess who came late? This girl came late, but she got us coffee. This is what the staffs / VIPs do when the games are going on. She's taking a bill. 2 girls. Okay.
What are those? No, real. Wait, I don't have my phone on me. Fuck. I'll show you in Target. Alright. We did the forehead thing.
We were on our way to UA's place for like a little after party on day 1, but guess what? Nami realized she left her camera at the venue, and guess what? Everyone left the venue. So we're driving back to the venue. So we're praying that the camera's still there. And the venue is open. It's still there, because we didn't bring it. It's still there. We are having a little more drive. We're having like 20 more, 30 more extra minutes of driving. Driving Nami. 뭐야 이거? 갑자기? Camera rescue expedition took a turn. Where do you have basketball? Oh my god. If you wanna... Nami kind of suck at basketball. Third try, no charm. Nami, what if they lock the door? We need your camera. Oh my god.
You got this, girl.
Yes! We can go home. We can't, not home. We can get dinner now. Finally, yay! Dinner time! The camera's back to its Nami. We got our dinner. Nami.
We got our dinner!
Yeah. We're going to UA's place now because we are gonna hang out and drink a little. Yeah, it's our house. Let's close the gate. Oh my god, that must be his dog's bed.
It's never about me, huh? Always about my dog.
Your party needs to be.
We're at UA's place. UA's doggo. Hello, doggo. And then there's
I know where it is. On the
food ASMR time.
right there, having an anime.
대박, there's an egg. 달걀, 계란, how do you say egg? tamago. No, that's Japanese. 계란, that's Korean. What's that? Itlog. Yeah.
No, blue zone. 15 seconds. No, just ask me what. Just finish that first.
I don't know why the noodles What's happening? It's deep. It's so stiff. No, we need to preheat it again, I guess. Do we? I think so. I just not
My ass is reserved for woman and woman only.
Not hot at all. It's like a lukewarm.
Let me see. That's how Giga chat, buddy.
The group?
If you're a woman, I will fuck you. If I'm transgender, no. Hell no. I'm a woman still. Hey!
Las Vegas.
Because yesterday,
I swear the last NACT was. But isn't it?
I think
think all the guys are gonna overtalk us?
Let's go, bro.
They're gonna judge us because we're like drinking.
Why do we look like the most drunk one without the alcohol?
Yo. You.
No, no, you're not. Nah, you're banging. Crazy.
I'm hyped up, bro.
No, one of our members are drunk.
The struggle is so real.
I couldn't use face.
For a good NACT that everyone came through.
Say it.
Lots of people from different places around the world. And we
Yo!
Okay.
Not the Louis Vuittons!
We didn't even have dinner yet and we're drinking already.
I know,
This is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Where's the drink?
Yeah. But we need the wine glass or something.
What was on the road? Was it a trash can? Where was the trash can in the middle of the road?
A trash on the road. Crazy.
Ah, that's my ex. On the middle of the road, he's committing suicide. That's my ex.
I'm cheap, still hit a chick like, yo, can I borrow your Netflix? She a feminist, she think I'm sexist, twisting my words, I'm fishy dyslexic, give me my space, I'm intergalactic. Before I give you my Insta password, I'll give you the pin to my Amex. Alright, this ain't stainless steel, it's platinum.
I totally forgot about recording anything, but there's Sina with Layla, Raz, Basha, and there's a one too. Don't know her name yet. Yes. You can write your name. In-game name, something you The game didn't even start yet. She's like, at the party. General is here. Joseph General is here.
Just gotta see me, I'm winning. Now I'm getting pains like libels. Running for the coming like 5-0. Scam would have I prospered. Floating and I won't go under. Been out of town for a month. Absence made the love grow fonder. UK rapper, UK drill, gotta mention my name. If you talk about it and them celebrate Eid, the trap's still running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hit man in a clutch, I see a man topless, even a stick.
I brought my phone charger, but I forgot my phone. I don't bring it.
You didn't bring your phone?
Yeah, it's
This dumbass didn't bring his phone. Hey, barbecue time! My husband was here. This is my bias. Oh, that's your bias? Mommy likes Stray Kids. I like Shiga. Trying to get the angle. Oh my god, okay.
Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town.
Nami and Replane dropped me off at the airport. I am going to check in now. I already checked it. I need to go to security. I'll talk to y'all after that. Bye bye.
This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum. Dinner table, I got manners. T-shirt tucked in, napkin. Still loading us the caption. I've only amounted a minimal fraction. Eat good, I got indigestion. Best snow in my hood, no aspirin. Can't get rid of my pain with aspirin. Dave just came in at Aston. I'm making that Maybach music. They're trying to insult my intelligence. Sometimes I may ask.
Payback time. My world is the sky! You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of light and the God of darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eruditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eruditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you. Or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Heads up, engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
옷에 머리 잘랐거든? I become a bowl cut, guys. 여기 옆에 다 지우면 아니야. 아니 그냥 하나 틀어 그냥 여러 가지 있는데 올라가고 틀어 하기 싫은 거야. 다 잘라서 할까? 괜찮게 자르고 그래서 보통 잘 자르는데.
Anyway, that's repaint.
We're going
famous repaint. Apparently, he's famous among guys in ML. Apparently.
Apparently.
지금 venue 갑니다.
지금 오전 8:37 a.m. and we're heading to the NACT Carnival.
Had a hard time coming in here.
Had a really hard time coming in, but we made it and then we got our staff.
Struggling with her height. Sina. We're like decorating right now. I need to make a hashtag NACT.
Someone for 7th anniversary? I think you can make MLBB too. Is it anniversary? Okay.
Look at those tassels. We put it up here thinking it was a good idea. It's like a little backdrop. And when the wind is so strong, it keeps coming, like it has no control. And then I blew all those balloons. Man, I did a whole year worth of long exercise because of this. It says happy 7th birthday.
Check-in.
Welcome to the check-in booth. This is where you check in. The struggle. Food. We're getting fed. Thank you. Looks so good. We continue watching. Eat. We got the NACT care pack. Then, so there's 2 breads. There was 3. Sina took one of them. Bag of bones, Cheetos, barbecue, and some more snacks. You can see. Everyone's standing outside because there's no chair.
He asked me for a break.
What?
Between us, break between us.
Okay.
And then I was like, okay, if you need it, then I'll.
The vlog that I will never produce.
So I go ahead and match the 6 saber first.
Guess who came late? This girl came late, but she got us coffee. This is what the staffs / VIPs do when the games are going on. She's taking a bill. Two girls. Okay.
What are those? No, real. Wait, I don't have my phone on me. Fuck. I'll show you in Target. Alright. We did the forehead thing.
We were on our way to UA's place for like a little after party on day one, but guess what? Nami realized she left her camera at the venue, and guess what? Everyone left the venue. So we're driving back to the venue. So we're praying that the camera's still there. And the venue is open. It's still there, because we didn't bring it. It's still there. We are having a little more drive. We're having like 20 more, 30 more extra minutes of driving. Driving Nami. 갑자기? Camera rescue expedition took a turn. Where do you have basketball? Oh my god. If you wanna Nami kinda suck at basketball. Third try, no charm. Nami, what if they lock the door? We need your camera. Oh my god.
You got this, girl.
Yes! We can go home. We can't, not home. We can get dinner now. Yes. Finally, yay! Dinner time! The camera's back to its Nami. We got our dinner. Nami. We got our dinner.
Welcome back, everyone, to the House of Pisces X Nighthorde tournament. Again, this is going to be week 3, day 5 for the semifinals. We have one more match coming up. It is going to be between Avalon and ETA. ETA has already taken the first match, going up 1-0 against the Kings. Now, Nighthorde and MLSA has partnered up with, or House of Pisces has partnered up with both of those orgs to provide 16 teams the opportunity to compete in a single elimination tournament for a total prize pool of $1,000 and also 100k diamonds provided by Moonton. And guys, we're gonna jump straight into the match. We do have Master Rem on the casting desk, and we got teams already locking in the picks, Rem.
Absolutely right. Looking at the side of ETA right now, definitely you can tell who their target is with these bands. It says no names. Yes, these heroes have names, but they also identify as MOBA Zane, so we're not even going to harp on that too much. For the side of Avalon, they're focused on the supports. They don't want any time. They said, y'all got to fight your own battles. We don't do supports around here. It's even across the board. But speaking of things being across the board, here we're seeing ETA locking in a pick that actually got banned out in the previous series quite often. She didn't make an appearance, not one time. The Arathel is going to make her appearance. We are also seeing the ETA being picked up by Jiren there. And Nerf QT versus Korean. I don't know how to speak it. But you can take us into the draft of Avalon so far.
Yeah, Avalon has picked up 3 of the strongest picks, in my opinion, right? The Kaja that we've seen do quite well in the A77 match. The Valentina has been picked over and over in that match. Also, on the Beatrix, which has been a strong pick for basic. He's definitely mastered that hero. We saw in NACT he did quite well with it. So this time around, along paired with the Kaja, it sounds like it's going to be a pretty winning situation. But Avalon, they are down 1-0 already. So it definitely means that they don't really have too much leeway in terms of messing around, and this is kind of what we want to see, right? We want Avalon to kind of be on the back toes, kind of making sure that they are straight in the game, and I do feel like they're definitely going to start off this one strong.
Yeah, and looking at what they have drafted so far, definitely aiming towards more of that pick-off style composition. Oh my gosh.
The respect.
Oh my gosh. That, it's talk about Tarkathans, right? We're gonna see them take off the Akai as well as the Martis, and Zane actually nerfing himself you know, with Avalon banning out something else that he's pretty good on, which is the alpha, right? So it's target bans across the board for both sides. We may have to see Mobazane pop out on the
Granger.
The Granger is an option. The Paquito, we've seen him on the pack a few times, so
Maybe we'll see a Ling or Fanny.
yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Not for Zane, but I will say Zane's pick potentials aside, the rest of Avalon definitely do have a solid draft. So far, I think the Kaja pairs up quite well with basic on this Beatrix. There's a lot of opportunity to secure some pickoffs with the multiple options that she has. Speaking of things that can pick off, someone who can pin people down, the Terizla as well. So, oh, okay.
Yeah,
Zane hovering over.
I like the YSS. He's done quite well with it. It's not really in the meta, but definitely can negate a lot of the CC coming out from Kufra. And as long as he gets his farms ready and his lanes are winning, I think it's gonna be a pretty smooth sailing game for him. You know, the side of Avalon, they already have the Terizla, which is one of the strongest XP laner. Paired against with the Edith, he might have a tough time. Valentina and Kaja also clears lanes extremely well, has the sustain and ability to kind of just move around the map really fast and wrecking havoc. So I feel like Avalon's draft definitely is strong, but ETA on the other hand, they opt to go for this Lunox, and you know, we haven't seen the Lunox quite a bit in a while, but I think paired with the Kufra, paired with the set potential coming out from Edith, there definitely is going to be some kill pressure for the side of ETA.
I also think that Lunox is a pretty solid pick in terms of going up against this Valentina. Yes, you give her some escape ability, but you're not giving her too much in terms of being on the offense with it, right? It's a very defensive ultimate. I will say though, it can give her the ability to tower dive as well and not take that initial damage from the towers, but both drafts has been finalized across the board here. We are heading into game 2 of this best of 5 series versus ETA versus Avalon here. ETA already has 1 win under their belt as per the rules, and the free 10-minute mark that Avalon unfortunately wasn't able to make. So we are heading into the second game here. I want to see how this is going to go. The side of ETA, they do have a solid draft. They have some dive pressure. They have a lot of potential to be the aggressors in this game, but also Avalon as well, right? They're running something like the Kaja. They have the Valentina on their side as well that also has some potential, and you cannot count out how useful the Terizla has been in the current meta.
Yeah, and Avalon is a team that has, you know, quite a bit of experience underneath their belt, right? They have Faker here, which is going to be Joy Bosch. He's done quite well in the NACT tournament. Basic coming in from Avalon, so is Demon. And they have 2 of the BTK players, right? They have Netherless, which I believe either is going to be Chicken or T. I believe it's going to be T, but ooh, a small set coming through.
Yep, Faker caught between a hard place there. We do see the Thorn Rose going out, but a really good taunt coming in from Demon on this Valentina. But speaking of things coming in, EXP later, as well as Quirky on this Lunox, making their way back to the mid lane to go ahead and clear up these lanes. And I will say, you mentioned before the clear potential coming in from Faker as well as Avalon, but ooh, Kufra not going to be able to land that jump, missing by just a little bit, but Avalon trying to make it a little harder for Q2 here.
Yeah, they're just a little bit too fast. They do pop the flicker of Jiren right there. That's going to be a utility down for the next neutral objective here. And you can see mid lane already, right? Quirky is getting zoned out by the Valentina. This is not something we see quite a bit, right?
Often.
Often, because the Lunox definitely has a very good lane presence, but Demon is doing a great job at this mid lane. You're going to see a small gold gap. I just say 200 apart, but I think it's just going to be widened as the game goes on.
Absolutely right. And we're already seeing the camping and the freezing coming in from the side of Avalon. And that mid lane just goes to show how comfortable these players are and how dominant they are on their roles. We can see them setting up for their positioning for the first neutral objective as Zane clears out his top side jungle to get a little bit more of an advantage in terms of the level for that retribution pop, though. ETA Piscium, though, a lot of presence in the top side, giving some vision on the map. That vision is returned, though, with the ultimate coming down from over Zane. But a little bit of an engage here.
Oh, yeah, the engagement comes through. 3-man already chunked down, and Beatrix is going to be the one that picks that up. Peachway on this Rithel, able to escape with a sliver of health, but Avalon's definitely showing their dominance here. And you know what's interesting? Is that none of these teams are actually rushing for the objective, as ETA Piscium able to take out this neutral objective. The Kaja chunked dangerously low, but I don't know if they're going to be able to take him out.
Yeah, he was able to survive due to the dash on the map there. Good penalty zone, finding 3 members. Thorn Rose come down. Good knock coming in from Jaren on this Edith, being able to take Mobazane down. We do see the Valentina going in, using the Brilliance ultimate from Demon there with the IMU. Unfortunately, it's going to put him in a very, very bad position, and that's going to be 2 kills into the hand of ETA, with no one falling for the side of ETA in response for Avalon there. But in the top side, we're seeing a number advantage, some map vision being provided there. Peachway has to be careful here.
Yeah, Peachway just gets shut down by the Divine Judgment. He just did not know that Faker was in that bush. It's kind of the experience going on, but the charge from the crew for the flicker, and he's able to pick up another kill. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but on the other side, Demon trying to chunk down this Valentina, unfortunately just does not have the ability power to be able to kind of 100-0 that Lunox here. And ETA, although they are the underdog here, they are up in kills, down in the overall gold, but I would say they're doing quite well for themselves right now.
Yeah, definitely trying their best to find some responses there. They're looking for the angles, which is very important. Mobazane was able to pick up his first core item there, farming quite well. His level is level 7. When you look at Nerf Cutie there, who is a level ahead of him, as Zane did fall earlier in the match there. I like the rotations coming in, both sides kind of just hovering over their top lane, trying to make sure that they can win out or have an easier time during this laning phase, because we do know the power that these marksmen hold. Riku for there, he is going in for the charge. At Tyrant's Revenge did connect, and that's going to be Demon falling down, but in response to that, finding Peachway in the top side.
Yeah, but the Terizla is here, so the penalty zone is going to be available for this objective. Is the Lancelot going to be able to get the retribution off? No! Mobazane's going to be the one that picks it up. Basic looking to grab up that kill on the Kufra, and ETA members are falling left and right. They are so extremely low in this matchup. Avalon already pushing up quite ahead, and you can see a little bit of a dirty camp situation, and I feel like they're definitely going to get this kill.
Absolutely, they're looking for him. He's going to be forced on a retreat, using the ultimate to get the dash. Basic going to go ahead and miss the sniper shot. Meanwhile, Avalon looking to put some pressure into this mid lane. Quirky quite low. Kufra is charging. The Brilliance ulti has been popped, but Demon is waiting. In comes Nerf Cutie, though, using the Brilliance with the IMU from the Valentina. Lance comes in. We do see the Chaos Assault from Quirky being popped in, but Faker gonna be popped down by QT, and that's going to be 1 kill unanswered for the side of Avalon. But they're not done yet. We do see this Kufra being able to find every single connect right now, and that's going to be 2 kills unanswered for the side of ETA. Is it going to be 3? We do see the Phantom Execution going down, a really good penalty zone, and a flicker to escape for the side of Nevertheless there.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the gold lead for the Beatrix is just a little bit too much, right? We see about a 2k difference in terms of that gold lane, and that's going to be quite significant. You can also see a 1k difference in terms of the jungle. So even though Avalon is falling in terms of their overall kill, they're still doing a quite good job in the rotation. But Jiri on the bot side,
Yep, he's caught between four members. Unfortunately, is not going to be able to survive. But he was able to clear out that minions, though, to keep that tower up a little bit more. Quirky might be in a very, very bad position right now. We're seeing Faker looking for the Divine Judgment. The Chaos Assault was popped. But unfortunately, Mobile Zane is going to be able to secure that kill, make that a double, as he was able to pick Bob up there as well. And speaking of things to be picked up, Avalon going to secure this neutral objective uncontested, as well as a tower in the bot side.
Yeah, the jungler was zoned out by the Charisla, and that just kind of shows you how good the Charisla pick actually is, right? Moba Zane doing quite well in farm 3, 1, and 2. Had that shut down in the beginning, but definitely looking undefeated right now in this in the mid to late game right here. 5k lead for the side of Avalon. They're looking to deny this blue buff. They will get it, but the Kufra
not gonna be able to connect though.
Oh my.
They are gonna miss that. We're gonna see a 2-man penalty zone being popped in. Phantom Execution, as well as a Thorn Rose to help him secure his escape there. He is going to be able to live to see another day, and 3 members are going to escape, but just a slither of HP still, though. Avalon being able to take one in that engagement.
Yeah, Avalon able to take another fight to their victory, pushing their gold lead quite well in terms of this mid game, denying both buffs now for the side of ETA. They're really struggling to try to find any of these jungle pressure, and if ETA is unable to find the sets on the Kufra, I feel like that is kind of the priority that they need in order to set up a good team fight, right? Make sure that Kufra can get onto the marksman or even get onto Zane, because those guys, they don't have the armors, they don't have the utilities, and if they just die in the beginning, they're not going to be able to come back for any of these fights. But it's very, very hard playing against the experience coming out from Avalon. It's just extremely tough to deal with.
Absolutely right. We're seeing, nevertheless, they're spamming some of these recalls. A good flicker Divine Judgment, but a good Tyrant's Revenge comes in for the side of ETA. Lunox being able to find Kaja. That is an unstoppable, though. 2 unstoppables for the side of Avalon. Put a double kill into the hands of Zane, and Terizla being able to clean up and find the 4th member, and that is almost a full team wipeout for the side of ETA, leaving just Bob to defend. And we already see Avalon right now putting a lot of pressure into 2 lanes at once here.
Yeah, Avalon's kind of just getting away with everything right here, even on a bad team fight where the Cooper is able to get a 3-4 man Tyrant's Revenge. They're still unable to do too much. Mobazane caught in a pretty bad situation, and ooh, they're able to grab up that Rithel, but the Lancelot did fall, and it's going to be a kill traded for that for Demon. So honestly, it's still good that ETA is still getting picks here and there, and the recall coming through, and the Terizla falls once again. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade for both sides.
You know what they say, who laughs last laughs the loudest, and unfortunately that's just what you get being overconfident there, right? You have to put a little bit more respect on your opponents, as they would definitely try to capitalize off of some of those cockiness and those boldness that you're emphasizing on, especially so deep within their base. It's not like you're an Alice, you don't have a Winter Truncheon on your side, and there is a lot of chain CC potential coming in from the side of ETA. So definitely don't want to see that happening. If we look at the battle spells for the side of Avalon right now, it's all is going to be coming off of cooldown soon enough for this Lord. We're seeing them trying to sink these lanes as best as they can. However, the top side is going to be marching down relatively fast, and I think what they want to focus on is opening up this mid tower so they can actually go in for a proper engage here.
Yeah, they're definitely going to look to open the mid tower. The Lord is marching down on the top side. This is going to be the first Lord, but the flicker set coming out from Cooper hits 3 members, but the counter penalty zone comes through, able to get the godlike on the Beatrix. Double kill going in for that Terizla, and ETA. 5 members have fallen. Avalon able to take the very first series. A little bit of a playful ending right here, getting in some of that recall, doing a little bit more of the emotional damage, but Avalon convincing in the very second game of the second series.
Absolutely right. Really good sets coming out on both sides. Unfortunately, the follow-up from ETA was just not fast enough. The moment that Kufa went in, there should have been a Ruby DD ready to respond to them, right? There should have been a little bit more layering of skills coming in. Unfortunately, that was not allowed to happen as nevertheless, here's a penalty zone. Locking them all into place there as the rest of them was able to follow up. If we look at the statistics throughout this match, we can see a lot of team fight presence from the side of Avalon, and it just goes to show their rotation from the start of the match. They were present in the EXP lane, the mid and the roamer synergy was on point this game in terms of these rotations, helping to open up that top side so Basic could get online as fast as possible to join them for these team fights, which is also reflected by his team fight participation as well.
Yeah, Silver, you could switch sides and you could start the game. But if you just take a look at some of these stats, honestly, nevertheless, definitely has taken a lot of damage for the side of Avalon. Actually, the most tanked in the EXP, and that's kind of what we like to see, right? Have a frontline Terizla, making sure that they get these fights set up. Now, Mobazane, 36% damage, has one of the highest damage dealt and team fight participation. And this is not something that we see in the very traditional aspect. We want to see, utility jungles, all that stuff. But, it's just a little bit hard in terms of that. But guys, I think we're going to go for a minute or two break. We are going to be right back.
Payback time. My world is the sky! You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the god of light and the god of darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten.
Welcome back to the House of Pisces X Nighthorde tournament. This is week 3, day 5. The third game in the second and final series for the semifinals. Avalon and ETA both have one game each, and Avalon's definitely taking that step forward, pushing that aggressive. Ended that game in 13 minutes, Rem.
Yeah, wait, did you just try to say third? Did you try to say second and third?
It is
there?
third. It is tree. The tree game.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Again, ETA being very focused on their target bands here. And again, we saw it in the first game. Avalon actually, the Alice has been. Is there an Alice player
is an
for
Alice
the?
fan. I think they heard you.
Okay, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh, we're actually seeing Mobazane pick up some of the picks that he was kind of known for, right? And due to the recent changes to the meta and ML trying their hardest to put a bridge between the tank jungle meta and assassin damage dealer meta, we saw a lot of buffs recently, so Zane is more comfortable pulling out, these snowball type junglers. And man, the Granger Angela combination is so annoying. Like Granger on his own, it's going to be a little. Hopefully, it's Fakers or whoever plays the Angela pulls it off a lot better than what we saw in the first series, because I still can't get it out of my mind. It's scarred in there right now, but definitely do think it's pretty solid.
Well, I honestly think ETA's opening is actually quite well. The Franco can bloody hunt and single out a specific unit, and even if the Angela does ult, it's going to be a few seconds before that unit is going to be released. Now, Mobazane is on a Granger, and traditionally you want to pair up, let's say, a marksman or a Yisenshin jungle with a set tank or someone that can actually tank damage. Now, Kaja can tank a little bit. It's not the greatest, but it still provides the frontline vision, able to clear the bushes. But this time around, right, they choose to opt to go for this Angela, and Angela is unable to kind of check bushes if you really wanted to. The Franco gets a few good hooks. I could see ETA actually prevailing in this matchup, but the second phase bans have been on the table. The Kaja gets banned out, questions me, hey, that Angela is definitely going to go into that roam position, but sometimes you can flex it into the mage, so they're definitely thinking a little bit outside the box. Trizla does get banned out now, along with the Yuzong, which does quite well against a lot of these marksman picks.
Now, I'm not so sure why they would ban out the Kaja. They have the Valentina, right? They could have had the Divine Judgment for themselves, as well as that would give them 2 suppressions. Ideally, right? With the Franco, the Bloody Hunt, and then the IMU. But if you don't want to deal with it, ban it out, I suppose. Can't hold that against them too much. But in terms of the first half of the draft, I do.
I like that. We like that.
Yeah. So pretty strong presence so far for the side of ETA. I like it a lot. They have a lot of answers for what Avalon is trying to throw at them right now. But I will say Avalon, if they do lock in this Uranus pick, they're going for stuff that can really harass and have a huge impact, but not give much to the Valentina as well. So definitely really smart drafting coming in from the side of Avalon.
And it provides a lot of the frontline presence that I feel like Avalon was lacking. Right, locking in this Esmeralda gives them the ability to face check a lot of the bushes, rotate around fast without worry about being caught off. Right, if the Esmeralda gets hit by the Bloody Hunt, he's going to be able to survive most of it. And Hush Boy actually opting to go for the Akai. Now, I know ETA, they had a small roster change. The marksman is out. We saw Peachway earlier with that Arithel, just didn't do as well as he was looking for. But now this time around, ETA with the new lineup, hopefully giving us a complete new game run.
Absolutely, guys. We are jumping into game 3. It's currently even across the board as Avalon was able to secure the win in the next game. So I'm hoping to see if ETA is going to have a stronger response. They definitely do have a strong draft, which is capable of executing a lot this game. But it's actually, as we look at the draft, as we're loading into the game here, Demon is actually going to be running the Esmeralda in the mid lane, which I think is pretty solid, right? You mentioned before, earlier on in the draft, that Angela was not able to get the job done in terms of bush checking. Not only do they have a Khalid that can give them some of the dive that they were missing as well, they also have Demon on this Esmeralda in the mid lane that you can't really burst down, right? We do know the Valentina, she doesn't really have that burst damage. She doesn't even have the continuous damage over time. So definitely a good answer there. We did see Bob though with the flicker iron hook on the buff. I'm not sure how worth of a reset that was, but hey, whatever delays them, I suppose.
Yeah, it definitely gives them a slight advantage at the beginning. Granger is not typically that hero that jungles quite fast, so I think it's definitely going to be a good win here. Now they're looking to have a little fight onto the crab. Mobizane's still trying to figure out his jungle right here, but ooh, the Iron Hook coming again on Neverless, chunks him quite low. Are they going to be able to pick up that kill? Yes! ETA able to take the first kill of the game, 1-0 with a slight gold lead.
Absolutely, really good iron hooks coming in from Bob there on the Franco, but we're seeing some rotations towards the top side. I like that Demon again is trying to steal out some of these jungle camps, so just delay Hush up there on the Akai. So very, very smart micros coming in from the side of Avalon, but top side we're seeing Mobazane with the rotations where he is going to be able to get up there to gank the gold lane, but in a little bit of an engage here, a heavy spin pins him down. We are seeing Let Him Cook following the recipe, and he's going to find a kill.
Yeah, it's interesting right there because Mobazane chose to dash forward when he knew that Demon already took that camp. So I think it's a small misplay, but that's kind of the thing about the Franco, right? If he's able to get a few iron hooks, make sure the enemies are not in position, he's definitely going to have a good time. But heavy spin has been used for Hush Up Boy. That's a utility wasted before the objective and gives Mobazane a definitely good chance to be able to retribution this buff.
Yeah, but he is getting zoned out by Duran there, but in comes nevertheless with the Raging Sands. We do see a falling Star Moon with Quirky on the Valentina. Down goes the Primal Wrath. A good flicker iron hook being landed there. Husha Boy kind of canceling it out though with the heavy spin, but it doesn't matter. They are going to be able to secure that kill as well as the kill on Demon and let Heo cook. Also finding Faker as well.
Yeah, this is a 5-0 lead for the side of ETA. They're able to come on top on this very second game. It definitely feels like their roster change does quite a bit, but nevertheless able to take a kill onto the bot side, evening the score just a tad bit more. Now, one of the biggest questions right now is definitely going to be that marksman. We saw Basic able to get away with about like 5k gold, like a 1 to 2k gold lead. Oh, the iron hook!
It did land. There goes the hard card from Faker. So a really good save there coming in. Might have been a little bit premature. The flicker as well was also baited out. Bob still has the Bloody Hunt at his disposal, so they could definitely use that to capitalize off of Basic not having this flicker though. But it is a 2v2 situation in the top lane. We are seeing Demon make his way. The heavy spin pins onto Basic, but not enough damage to secure the kill. But speaking of damage though, Demon coming in looking to lay some down, but no one is going to fall in the top side. However, in the bot side, Mobazane finding Duran.
Yeah, that's going to be quite a huge kill on the bot side, but the top side, they're definitely getting bodied right now. ETA got that very first kill onto Faker. He's able to take out the Angela. It might be a repeat of the same story as we had that very first match, Rem.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared right now. Basic does get the heart guard. He's looking to defend this turn. He's going to be able to do so just like that, but he can't be too aggressive. Even with the Angela ult, it's not like he is completely invincible. But the counterplay coming out from the Valentina, looking to engage right now. The Bloody Hook does not hit anyone, and also the heavy spin, but unfortunately they do end up flickering out. Both members flickered out, both Demon and Faker, so 2 utilities down for the side of Avalon. ETA, honestly, they're doing pretty good so far.
Yeah, they're playing with the composition how you'd expect them to, especially in terms of that early game with something like the Valentina and the Franco. To make these picks work together, you have to kind of demonstrate some of that aggression in the early game and actually look for these lockdowns, look for these fights, look for these pickoffs. And they're doing a good job at sustaining those rotations as well. And I like that they're spending so much time in this top side, because as long as Rutho can get out of this lane here, her anticipation and what she's capable of in terms of these team fights is a lot. We do see a conceal play coming in. The Raging Sands has been layered in. Hush with the heavy spin as well connecting, but is not going to be able to find any kills there. But someone who was able to find a kill, Bob, being taken off of the board into the hands of Nevertheless there. But he's quite low. They're looking for something basic though, able to find that kill in the top side while Mobazane takes the tower in the mid lane, and Avalon looking for a comeback right now, bridging the gap and actually stealing the gold lead right out of ETA's hands.
Yeah, it's a 3-for-0 trade, but the Bloody Hunt comes through for Mobazane. The Bloody Hook, actually, I don't know if they're going to be able to pick it up. ETA, Quirky, actually able to pick up that kill. Actually, it's going to be Hush Boy and a double kill coming out for ETA. The response coming right back. You talked about the gold lead. Yes, Avalon does have the lead, but the kills are still going to ETA. They're still getting these iron hooks, and as long as they're able to get maybe 1 or 2 extra more, they're definitely going to be able to push the lead back into their favor.
Absolutely right. And something that would definitely help them get that job done is this neutral objective here that we see Hush already working on, but nevertheless, it's not going to let it go for free. But in the top side, a Bloody Hunt did connect, and that's going to be basic, taken off of the board. A response with the Valentina ultimate there, looking for Faker, forcing out that flicker, but Valentina has the multiple dashes. She is going to be able to secure that kill, but someone else securing a kill and a trade is going to be Nevertheless on this Khalid there.
Yeah, and the tower actually was the one that got Quirky on that Valentina. So it's actually still quite a good trade, right? The gold doesn't really go back into the side of Avalon, even though they still have the lead already, right? But if you take a look at Avalon's score, no one has been playing perfect this game. The Angela is sitting at the whopping 0-4-2. So he's definitely taking care of business, just like how Powerless did be in that A77 match. Now, top side.
Yep, we do find the heavy spin locking in. The hard guard did try to save his life. Unfortunately, there's just too much burst coming in from ETA. Now, I will say, though, in the bot side, we are seeing a heavy presence from Avalon looking to find Jaren down in the bot side, but they were able to secure this tower, though. Milwazane being able to pick the kill off. And I will say ETA is leading in kills right now, but if we look at the objectives, they haven't been able to get one tower. Maybe in the top side, Let's Hey Cook there is going to be able to secure their first tower.
Yeah, Zane has about a 1k gold lead along with the Beatrix, which is actually quite even against the Rithel. So ETA, they still definitely have the opportunity to go. Demon chunked quite low, but they choose to back off. I think that's a good decision because Avalon members are coming up to the rescue on the very top side. Now, 7-11 is going to be the overall scoreboard. 8 minutes in. Any of the items, Rem, do you think that stands out in this matchup?
Definitely some core items being picked up across the board, you know, the Angela with the fleeting time as well. We are seeing Quirky on this Valentina opt to go in for the tough boots to mitigate some of the CC duration that is coming in from the side of Avalon as well. It also gives you 30% I think resistance to slows, which is going to come in handy once Angela picks up that Ice Queen wand. Lord, though, did get reset, as we are seeing the side of ETA with their heavy presence. A concealed play from Franco has been popped in. He does go in for the Bloody Hunt onto the Valentina, but not enough damage. The Raging Stance from Khalid did go in, but he got taken off of the board. Right now, we are seeing Faker on top of Demon with the Angela ultimate. Lord getting reset yet again. The Iron Hook not gonna connect though. Both teams just kind of dishing out some poke damage.
Yeah, ETA was able to get the set, and they're getting another set right here, but the Edith is gonna be the first one that falls. A 4-man falling starfall coming out from the Esmeralda. He does get picked off by how let it cook, but ooh, the Beatrix coming through. But unfortunately, he did fall along with the Rithel. Now, Mobazane is going to be the only one on the board left for the side of Avalon, along with Faker on that ultimate. He's looking to chase after a few kills here. Is Hush Boy going to be able to live? I don't think so. And Mobazane picks up the shutdown on that Granger, putting him at a 4, 3, and 5 clear for the next neutral objective.
And that's courtesy to the Angela and her fleeting time, right? Being able to provide so much assistance. That's 2 ultimates in the entire duration of that team fight, being able to swap targets effortlessly, but Faker is getting chunked down quite low. The Iron Hook is not going to be able to connect, and ETA is not going to be able to contest this neutral objective, as it is going to go into the hands of Avalon right now, and they're doing a really good job at turning this game around, right? The engagements coming in from Demon there on this Esmeralda, being able to find the back line. There's also the dives coming in from Nevertheless on the Khalid, in addition to the hard guards assistance with the Angela. So definitely ETA has to really try to find a good pickoff here and maybe go for a little bit of an anti-engage instead of being the initial engagers for these team fights.
And you know, honestly, I feel like ETA, they've done quite well in this game 3, right? Last game, we kind of saw the game end around this time. This time around, they're going to be able to get the defense on this Lord. Maybe they're going to lose a topside tower, maybe the mid right after, but I still feel like they have quite a bit underneath the belt. And I feel like the Franco has done quite well, sitting at a 1, 2, and 9, getting iron hooks here and there. Definitely able to take care of business. And honestly, the Rithel has done quite well too, keeping up in gold against basic. So Avalon, even though they are still up ahead, this is a complete different game 3 compared to the very last game.
Absolutely. And I want to say for ETA, I don't want them to use the Bloody Hunt on the Esmeralda, even the Khalid, right? If you land an Iron Hook on them, just burst them down, poke them down, force them to go back so you can still have the upper hand in the team fights because they'll be relatively low, right? But if you engage and use your only lockdown, you're kind of putting your team in a bad position because of the Angela, right? But looking in the mid lane here, we are seeing some heavy presence. ETA is really sticking together. They said there is no I in team. They're looking to make teamwork here be their answer.
Yeah, but the side of Avalon has took care of pretty much their whole entire jungle. So that's going to be a lot of farm on the side of Avalon. And earlier, we actually saw Bob come in with a flicker hook. He did end up missing, but it was interesting to me that he did not choose to bloody hunt the Esmeralda or even attempt on Zane right there. And I feel like that is going to be a mistake because I feel like these spells, they could come up as the Lord comes through. The bloody hunt is probably on like a 50 to 60 second cooldown. So even if he did able to get that kill, of course it's not going to be like, hey, they get the next objective after that, but at least it's a little bit of gold coming back into their favor.
Absolutely right. But I think right now they're just not trying to take any risk. They know that Faker does have a hard guard at moment's notice. Look at his positioning. They're definitely not going to be able to find him. You know, he's just there waiting for the moment so he can pop that ultimate. We do see a conceal play coming in. Oh, a good flicker coming in there, and they are able to take basic down. They're looking for Mobazane. He did pop the red tree, but a good bloody hunt coming in. We do see the response though with the IMU from Quirky finding the hard guard. We do see a heavy spin putting someone down. Esmeralda is going to be taken off of the board, and Faker as well is going to be taken off, but nevertheless is looking for the base here. We do see the Iron Hook finding him as well as the knockup, but unfortunately Khalid is going to backdoor Avalon to game 4.
No way. Nevertheless, able to use this Khalid, a full damage Khalid, taking care of business, getting that back door. Although ETA was able to pick off 4 of the members of the side of Avalon, I felt like that was a winning fight, but unfortunately, the back door was just a little bit too much to handle. Now, this was a 14-minute game. 11 to 18 is going to be the score for the advantage of the side of Avalon. Mobazane, 4, 4, and 5, able to take the victory MVP. He did quite well last game with the Yisun Shin, but this game around, he also did quite well. Rem, some of the statistics?
I mean, they did have a very rocky start in the early game, though, which is to be expected with the heavy presence coming in from the side of ETA Piscium here. They do have a lot of team fight participation as well on their side. So you can tell that both these teams were kind of going at it evenly in these early stages of the match. But as the match went on, we saw Avalon with the damage coming online here, as well as the sustainability from Faker on this Angela in combination with Demon on the Esmeralda, just being able to continuously poke and harass the backline and just make it difficult for ETA to actually find their openings here. But speaking of finding things, we're already hopping into the draft of the next game, and it just goes to show that there is so much potential coming in from the side of ETA, right? But this match is very important, Huey, because Avalon could take it home here.
Yeah, Avalon able to get a 2-0, quite convincing actually in this series. But ETA definitely putting up a better fight this time around with the new roster. I definitely feel like this roster is a lot more stronger, a little bit more well-rounded. They're able to get some pickoffs here and there, and I feel like the tank has done a very, very good job in the last
That's more confidence, games. More synergy.
Yes. The Kufra in the first game, able to get that 3-4-man flicker set. Unfortunately, the counter set coming out from the Drizzle was just a little bit too much to handle. But now the Franco, right? We saw the Bloody Hunt. We saw a few Iron Hooks, able to get some of the advantages early on. But the side of Avalon said, no, we do not want to see that Franco no more, along with the ETA.
And it's interesting too, because when Zane is playing, usually he bans out the Franco, right? If you watch his streams, you know he despises that Franco. He always says, "Get that fatty out of my matches." He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to deal with it, you know. So very solid ban coming out there from the side of Avalon as well as the ETA. Both these picks really put up a hard time for Avalon, especially in the early game, the early phases of the match, which is where Avalon kind of finds their lead, finds their snowball. But we are going to see Matilda Airlines ready to take flights.
I like the Matilda pick. We saw a great Matilda first game coming out from A77. I think he got either MVP or the highest kill participation. But the response coming out from Avalon is also quite well. The Kaja is a very, very good pick. But then the Tan, this is some completely different. And a double marksman opening coming out from Avalon. I unfortunately have to disagree here.
Yeah, but I mean, the Beatrix has been doing quite well into the hands of Basic, right? It's one of his comfort picks. In terms of drafting, you leave a lot of room for you to be countered, but I'm trying to analyze to put some sense to it here, you know?
Well, it definitely feels like Avalon, they need a lot of frontline set. I think the Kaja is going to be a good utility, but I also feel like Kaja doesn't provide the very extreme frontline. It could give some good peel and definitely go for the picks, but something like a Kufra, an Atlas, or even something like a Minnow might do a little bit better in terms of that frontline presence, because last game we saw Faker kind of sitting in the back majority of the fights, right? And that's kind of why Avalon kind of fell in a lot of those team fights. They just didn't have the frontline presence to be able to get those bush camp down. You saw Mobazane getting caught off a few times there, but this time around they do have a bit more of a front line. The Kaja is going to be good against the Exia, where the Exia has not much of an escape ability, and also does well against the pack because the pack has to come relatively close. But maybe the Matilda might be a good answer now on this side of Avalon. They opt to ban out 2 of the tank junglers. I feel like they're definitely taking this one a little bit more seriously.
Absolutely, especially since Mobazane is going to be playing a damage jungler. They really don't want something that can invade him heavily and shut him down in the early game. And like I mentioned before, Avalon, they definitely want to be able to take the lead in the early stages of the match so they can get their snowball potential rolling in. And I like the Demon picking up this Uranus pick here. Is it going to be is that going to be a mid lane Uranus? I have not seen that. I don't think ever.
Well, I've actually seen it happen once or twice. I think Uranus mid has the potential, especially paired up with the healer, but Uranus takes a lot of time to scale, and Uranus is not that hero where he could tank everything. I'm sure we've seen Uranus tank everything in the late game, right? When it's past 15 minutes, you have a couple items, yada yada. But in the early game, especially the early game rotations, Uranus does not provide the CC that a lot of the mages give. He's not the fastest lane clear. right? He has the utilities to sustain. He can bully the jungle, but he's gonna have a little bit of a tough time at mid, in my opinion. Now, the Gyroth being locked in for the final pick for the side of Avalon. Is this going to be the comeback of ETA, or is Avalon gonna take this series 3-1, Rem?
Yeah, I'm looking at the battle spells right now. That is a Mathilda with Petrify.
No way.
I'm
confused. I'm confused. Hey, you know, he did have a lot of good sets in the game 1, game 2, or game 2, game 3 with the Kufra and the Franco. Maybe he's trying to push something new.
Yeah, but that's a hero. Those heroes can set. You know, yes, the Mathilda, she does have that the knock up at the end of the circling eagle, but I'm not too sure how I feel about. Yes, you have the dashes, but I still feel like if you had something like a flicker to add on to the mobility that you already have, even something like a sprint, or even a revitalize to be really toxic, you know. But we'll just have to see how it goes. But you guys, as you mentioned, this is game 4, ETA Piscium versus Avalon. Avalon is in the lead in terms of the series so far. If they take this one, I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to take the series home.
Yeah, definitely. If they take this one, the series is going to be coming to an end. And we do see the demon on that Uranus on the mid side. He had a pretty good Esmeralda in terms of that last game. It didn't really give them the exact KDA, but they were still able to get the victorious. Now, demon creating a havoc. This is kind of what we want to see the Uranus do, but is this going to be enough? The flicker comes quite early for Jiren, and he doesn't even get anything out of that spell. That's a very big misuse of that flicker.
Absolutely, but very solid drafting coming in from the side of Avalon, right? We're seeing Demon being chunked down quite low, but he's getting the job done in terms of delaying the jungler from the side of ETA. We are seeing Demon being forced to use out that flicker. Nevertheless, is quite low. Gonna go ahead and use that dash, followed up by the flicker, but Farsa, Quirky, did make his way, almost secured that kill, but unfortunately is not going to. And that is 3 flickers traded across the board for both sides.
Yeah, that's a lot of the spells, a lot of the utilities being out, but Mobazane has already gotten a push onto the top side. He forced Let's How to kind of disengage on the tower, and they're able to grab up a lot of gold on this very top side. And the members of ETA falling through, but I don't know if that's going to be fast enough here.
Yep, we do see them looking for the kill. Unfortunately, they aren't level 4 yet. We're seeing Hush land the retry, looking for the heavy spin. He is going to pin Mobazane down. Mathilda is going to pick up that first blood, and that is a good start for ETA pre-first neutral objective here.
Yeah, but this is something that we've seen before. ETA has been up in terms of their kills over and over and over, and they just can't complete the whole entire game, right? Even though they're up in kills, they win these small skirmishes early on. They're just unable to get anything out of it. But nevertheless, right here, looking for the Farsa.
Oh, unfortunately, it's not going to be able to find a Quirky there. He's gonna live to see another day, and I'm not too sure why ETA took so long to go for this neutral objective. Mobazane fell down. Whoa. They waited for him to secure his blue buff, and now they can't even get this neutral objective here. Farsa with the feathered airstrike. They're looking for Faker. They are going to be able to take him off with the Petri on the Mathilda. We do see a stun though onto Demon, as well as the guiding wind, but unfortunately it's not the circle and eagle, sorry. But unfortunately, it's the Uranus. They aren't going to have enough damage in the early game to burst him down.
Yeah, and the gold lead has already shifted in favor of the side of Avalon. Even though they are down in 2 kills, they're still getting pretty much everywhere they need to on the map. That's kind of telling the full story of the series. Avalon goes down in a kill here and there, but they're able to take care of business when it comes down to some of these late game team fights on the bot side.
Yep, we do see the heavy spin connecting onto Nevertheless, using the retribution to secure that kill. They are going to be able to take him down. And now on the top side, we did see Mobazane pop the ultimate there to deal a little bit of additional damage, but the ulti from the XC as well is going to go down. One thing I can say, ETA, yes, they have the kills, right? They always lead in kills, but they're unable to translate those kills into objectives. And that's where Avalon beats them out in terms of the macro, right? If they can turn these kills into objectives, it'll be good for them. Basic, though, using that flicker to secure that kill as the Circle and Eagle goes in.
Yeah, but the Circle Eagle goes in, does hit the Kaja, but I don't think members of ETA are looking to go anywhere. And Divine Judgment along with the flicker, the outplay going on to that Matilda. He has the Petrify available, but unable to connect. Or if he had a flicker, he might have been able to get out. So that's definitely going to be a misplay. 3-2 is going to be the score. But look at Mobazane. They're pushing all these gold plates, and he's just eating it up right now.
Absolutely. Durin there trying his best. Punch, double, and knockout. But unfortunately, he is going to be spending some time on the floor for a little bit as Avalon takes up this tower in the bot side. Looking at Mobazane right now and his level, he is level 8 compared to Hush, who's also on this level 7. We're seeing Avalon right now with the invade. Zane again using the ultimate from this Natan, getting Quirky quite a low as he's able to seal out this red buff.
Yeah, the red buff trade for the neutral objective. I feel like that's still a win on the side of ETA's hand. They're looking for basic. The Petrify coming through, making sure that they're taking care of some of the business. The damage also comes through in the Divine Judgment onto Let's How Cook. And also the Dairoth coming in for some little bit more of a support. But for on the other hand, Avalon's going to be able to take onto that mid-side tower. The fight is still happening onto the top side. The 3-man dive coming in from Avalon gets punished out, but Demon able to survive the feather airstrike, the flicker play coming out. Quirky, Chunk, Dangerous Low, and Mobazane here for the rescue.
Yeah, but he is going to be taken down. Yes, he did get a double kill, but Akai finding a killing spree. Ixia finding that kill as well. Now it's just her versus Demon. But unfortunately for Ixia, Demon does have some of that region being built in. And if you look at the items, he already has the Oracle built in, so that is a lot of sustainability for him.
Yeah, but I feel like Exia actually is doing quite well in terms of the gold. The 4k gold compared to the 4.5 of Beatrix. He's still doing quite well, but nevertheless on the top side looking to peek a little bit onto the Exia. Doesn't really bite the bait, but here Demon causing havoc with the Uranus, bodying Quirky on this fire cell. This man, he took the Esmeralda onto mid. Now he's taking another XP onto mid. What can this man not do?
Yeah, and it's really smart considering they wanted to lock into the Darath in the top side, though we did see Bob with the Petrify. Unfortunately, was not going to be able to secure that kill, but Mobazane came from the back, and that is going to be 2 kills going in favor of Avalon right now. We're seeing Quirky trying to hold the tower in the top side. Potentially is going to be able to defend, but a good heavy spin pinning Demon up against the wall. They may not be able to do damage to him, but the tower sure can.
Yeah, and Basic's able to grab up the boss side while Mobazane's able to grab the turtle. And now he picks up that Farsa. So that's just kills and winning situations around the whole entire map for Avalon. The first time in this series that Avalon's actually up in the kills. So ETA definitely falling behind. It's about a 4k lead for the side of Avalon, and they're really getting away with everything once again. Faker looking for mid side. I don't think he has Divine Judgments available. He used that onto the boss side, but I think the next objective is going to be that mid.
Yeah, we're seeing the Circle and Eagle go in on to nevertheless. Down comes the feathered airstrike though, but it leaves them quite vulnerable. Faker looked for the Divine Judgment, but a good pop-up is going to come in from Hush on the Akai here. We are seeing ultimates being traded out as they try to defend this mid lane tower, and they're actually going to successfully be able to get that in. We do see a heavy spin looking for a pin. He does find it on to Demon, but Zane going to find a killing spree. Basic going to take up a kill of his own, make that a double kill into the hands of Mobazane on this Natan jungle pick. Basic though looking for the flicker, unfortunately was not able to land the sniper shot.
Yeah, very confident flicker play coming out from Basic. I'm not able to get that kill, but Still, Avalon still has the lead, pushing into this mid-side. Demon on this Uranus, we don't really see it being like a front line onto the mid-side. Mobazane actually chose to flicker forward.
Yep, he goes in, he finds a kill. The Circling Eagle did land a knockup, but it did land Mobazane a double kill, make that a triple kill. Ixia finding the shutdown though, and that is a reversed wipe there. Going to be a 3 for 4 kills in favor of Avalon, but they do have the number advantage though. Unfortunately, not enough to really break into the base of ETA.
Yeah, ETA still has a 5k deficit that they're still trying to work on. Nevertheless, with that shenanigans onto the mid and bot side, he was able to grab up the last outer turret for the side of ETA. So now, with their base pretty much being opened up to prone with a lot of damage, you know, ETA, they're definitely going to be struggling in terms of a lot of the jungle pressure. Basic on this bot side, denying a few discounts, but I don't know if he knows that all the members are definitely coming.
Yep, we do see the Circling Eagle as well as the Heavy Spin trying to find him down. And yep, he is going to be taken off of the board. A little bit of a misplay from him there in terms of its positioning. Faker trying to give a little bit of vision onto the members of ETA Piscium. Mobazane, though, already bursting down this Lord, and it's looking like it's a Lunox jungle.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a Lunox jungle. He shreds completely of these towers, and Mobazane should be able to pick up that blue buff. I think he did let it go for a little bit longer. He's definitely going to come back and pick it up. And then with Lord marching down, the Beatrix actually is still unavailable for this team fight, so Avalon has to choose to fight a 4 versus 5 on this very first objective. I think they're going to be able to get it. The flicker play coming out
from Faker. He did land the Divine Judgment, but unfortunately that was onto Hush, but Beatrix was not there, so there was not enough damage for that. We are going to see them being able to take Demon off of the board. The Ixia pops down. The zoning being able to take her down. We do see the Fetid Airstrike as well, landing and connecting, being able to successfully defend and taking 2 members from Avalon in the process. Though Mobazane with the response being able to find Hush and Basic looking for the tower in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be able to get this bot lane tower. ETA is unable to defend all their outer towers. Now Mobazane looking to kind of go in. He doesn't really have anything with him besides just himself. But Basic able to pick up that kill. The Circle Eagle coming through, but it doesn't feel like he's targeting anything. The Petrify coming through. The Flicker also being popped by Basic, but unfortunately nothing coming through yet. Mobazane able to pick up the kill, and there's only 1 member left. Avalon able to get a 5-man sweep, losing 0 members in the meantime.
Absolutely, it's just Hush on the Akai trying to defend against 5 members from Avalon. The heavy spin is not going to matter into the hands of Basic on this Beatrix. A Divine Judgment snatching Jaren right out from the fountain, and that's going to be game as well as series going into the hands of Avalon, coming back with a reverse sweep here, UA.
Yeah, reverse sweep. Avalon able to take up this series. 11-12 minute game. You know, it's kind of like what they did in the last 2 games together. Mobazane able to pick up that MVP. 15, 3, and 7 is going to be his overall score. Demon also doing extremely well, but the Beatrix, right? We saw the Beatrix being first picked pretty much almost every single game in this draft. This is definitely something that Basic wants to use. Now, the other members, the Kaja, we saw the Kaja appeared multiple times already in the last 2 series, and this time around, Faker does quite a good job with the chicken.
Yep, if we look at some of the team fight participation and additional statistics coming in here, Mobazane actually being the jungler, but yet he has the most team fight participation, and it's courtesy to how fast the Natan in the jungle can farm, right? He beats out his Granger, which is another counterpart that he likes to play. And I will say, very smart drafting, though, coming in from the side of Avalon, right? Locking in something like the Darath he doesn't really have the ability to target the backline, especially when he's going into an Akai or something like the Farsa that can kind of outzone him. So locking in Demon in that mid lane gave them the ability to not only have some independent sustainability on their own, but also the ability to be a constant pressure towards the back line. So very, very smart drafting coming in from the side of Avalon, and they played it very well in this game here.
Well said, Master Rem. But guys, this is it for the House of Pisces X Nighthorde tournament. Once again, this is week 3, day 5 for the semifinals. Area 77 was able to take Bloodhounds 3-1, and Avalon able to take ETA 3-1. Now for tomorrow's for the grand finals, we will see you guys soon. It is going to be between Area 77 and Avalon. It is going to be a very exciting match. We'll see you guys later.
Payback time. My world is the sky. You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of Light and the God of Darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all